Greetings, my excellent friends, and welcome to the 11th session of our Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle. City of typing in the background. Sorry, Dread. That's what we're doing, is Dread. There is a tiny little thing at the top of my head where my webcam and the window hasn't matched up, and because I'm such a professional, I'm going to point that out so that I can fix it without just going quite... There we go. Now my head is well positioned. Wait, why isn't yours? Why is everything moved? There we go. Okay. Everyone's head... Nope, yours is wrong too. Let's just drag, snip around. Whee! Okay. Nope, and now yours is... Okay, now I'm just... Whoa! I am such...
I'm very moved.
A talented... There we are. Everything in its place, and every place has a thing. And there are no visual problems, which is probably something I should have checked 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, even 15, but we didn't because we just assumed that there weren't going to be problems, which is famous last words and such. Sorry about the title. No, I make fun of things like that for fun. Alright. Welcome to City of Dread. Now that we fixed everything. With me tonight are our 4 vampires. Indeed they should. In the top left we have Snip as Nulai, who is super excited about recent events and feels very connected to this city. In the bottom left,
loving here.
We have Blue Moon Empress as Katya, who is a little bit concerned about recent events regarding people that she knows reasonably well and not so well, but nonetheless has every reason to be worried about.
It's a minor grounds to worry, perhaps?
Yeah. In the bottom right, Ruthie on Fire as Joanne, who would very much like to know where her sire is, and where, in our top right corner, Raptor as Flynn is. Because Flynn... Oh, Flynn. Flynn has had a bad evening.
Yeah, it's not going well.
But Flynn can't really tell us about the bad evening because of the piece of wood that is sitting right where Flynn's heart normally does its duties unimpaled and unimpeded. But more on that in a second. Before we get into the action, I'll just set the scene, remind everybody what they are watching, as I generally do. This is Vampire the Masquerade, TTRPG set in the world of darkness, a world much like our own, but with certain supernatural horrors lurking out there in the night. Vampires, werewolves, ghosts, lizard people, probably, I don't know. Our 4 players step once again into the role of a coterie of vampires, 3 of whom are together, 1 of whom is not, as they hopefully find a way to reunite. Now, in better times, our coterie were working, and they still are, I suppose, for the Camarilla, a sort of secret vampire government. The Camarilla operates worldwide in as many cities as possible, though each city's Camarilla operates fairly independently. They run like a feudal court. The leader is the Prince, which is a gender-neutral term among kindred. The Prince and their court keep the vampires in line for the sake of survival and safety, their number 1 rule being the Masquerade, which is to keep hidden from mortals. If mortals become fully aware of vampire existence, they would no doubt wipe them out. Back in the days of Dracula, a plucky group of people with fire and guile managed to take care of one. Well, these days they have napalm and nukes. It's a bit unfair. Our game is set in Shadeport, a fictional city which could exist in any nation or in none of them. We have a multicultural game here with player from Australia, player from Finland, player from South Africa, player from US. So who cares where we are? We're alive. Well, we're actually not, but you get the point, and that's what matters. Shadeport's Camarilla is new and small, with little control over the city as a whole. Much of the city is still occupied by vampires who don't support the Camarilla, such as anarchs, who believe in freedom from rules and regulations and medieval-style feudal politics, including in Shadeport the West Shadeport Collective, which is kind of a coalition of different anarch groups that agree to band together and present a united front against more cohesive and domineering groups such as the Camarilla. The Collective are fairly friendly, though, if you get on their good side. And thus far our coterie have mostly managed that. There's also another group, though. A rather more mysterious one called the Cult of Nathaniel, who seem to worship a vampire from Shadeport's past, one who 5 years ago plunged the city, or at least the city's vampires, into chaos when they killed the old Camarilla prince, starting a kindred war, which alerted vampire hunters and led to a great purge. The reason why the Camarilla is so weak now is because not too long ago they were all driven out. Nathaniel was believed to be dead in this madness, but according to this cult, he's still around. And he has a message. A message that apparently requires brainwashing. So as to what that means for the validity of the message, you tell me. Right now things aren't great for our coterie. Their prince, their boss, missing. Presumed abducted by this very same cult. The sheriff, their other boss, the lower down boss, he is in a kind of vampire coma called torpor, and he's in the custody of those anarchs who are keeping him safe and alive, but undeniably keeping him hostage, since while they like our coterie, the anarchs do, they're not too hot on the rest of the Camarilla. And with the prince gone and the sheriff gone, the rest of the Camarilla is in a bit of an unstable state. There's some power jockeying going on, which is a big concern for our coterie. If the wrong person ends up holding the reins, then perhaps there will be no peace and cooperation with the anarchs. Perhaps there will be no friendly release of Sheriff Mikhail back into friendly hands. It's hard to say. And then, of course, there is the immediate pressing matter of Flynn, who last session, and earlier this evening in fact, was lured to the clinic where Flynn works part-time and where Flynn's mortal partner, who she's technically not supposed to have, also works. When Flynn arrived at that clinic, she found Dr. Emil Hansen, the most, I guess, recognizable face of the Cult of Nathaniel, the one that our group have encountered before, who seems to be in charge of the brainwashing operation. When last we left Flynn, she was staked. Her and Agatha, the mortal, were taken. And Flynn later found herself, when her eyes could see again, as there was perhaps a bag or a sack or something placed over her head. A vampire who's staked is paralyzed. They can see what they are facing, but they can't do anything. She found herself in a... She feels like she's underground. She definitely felt as though she was taken downwards. You know, the sort of pressure changes in your ear. And she can see a stone prison cell. Bars in front of her. Dr. Hansen and his goons left her there, warned someone off to the side that he shouldn't go near her because she still looks furious, and indeed that's true. Flynn is still coping with a fury frenzy, rendering her incapable of thinking clearly or doing much except ripping to shreds anyone who has caused her harm or pain, and getting towards that which she cares about, which in this case is Agatha, who she doesn't know where she is. And that person, also in the cell, who was warned, which Flynn, in the back of her mind, sort of recognized the voice, yelling with a strong Irish accent, as someone else who had been missing for a while, Flanagan, a friendly enough barkeep, who is kind of halfway between Camarilla and Anarchs. He's a friendly face that everyone can get along with usually, who is nice to hear if Flynn were calm, but she's not calm. And in this state, you really aren't sure if he should unstake you as to whether or not you would wind up hurting him. Depends on what he says, what he does, whether he tries to get in your way as you try to rip the bars apart and get out of your prison. But you can't do anything just yet. You're still staring. He comes into view, looks around at you. Oof, Red. Those look like murder eyes. And you're one of those Brujah too, so the murder eyes for you are like really, really bad. Look, I don't mean you any harm, and I'd love to just yank that thing out of you, and then we can try and figure out a way to see if we can get ourselves out of this situation, but I think I'm just gonna wait for the murder eyes to stop looking so murder. No offense. I trust you. I don't trust the eyes. And I really can't offer you anything, any sort of action right now, Flynn. You heard that. It's hazy.
Yep.
But for the next little while, all you can do is... You have a mouth, but you cannot move it, and you must scream. So, over on the other side of things, at Juliet's mansion, Nulai, Katia, and Joanne have just finished their kind of trance with the help of Selena and Sapphire and their sorceress powers to call upon some memories left behind by the dead from the side of Juliet's abduction. And in those relivings, Katia learned that her sire, Arkady Volkov, was in fact responsible for Juliet's abduction and is possibly a victim of the cult's brainwashing, possibly not. You heard the dreamlike recreation of him, not the real him, but a version of him that retained his strongest thoughts and feelings, say that he was doing what he was doing for the glory of Nathaniel. That's something a brainwash candidate would say. Might also be something a genuine believer would say. So you're not sure. But you are feeling however you're feeling about the revelation. As Joanne has just used Juliet's sketching pen to see some snapshot visions of people, and has learned that Flynn is in fact staked, looking horribly anguished, like right in the middle of lunging and charging when the stake went in, and you are frozen in place. So you're also really uncomfortable and your bones are aching as hell because you've been doing this for like, what, an hour? Flynn? Anyway, so, you know, there's that on your mind too. Not as bad as if you were a human. Vampires can deal with that sort of stiffness for quite a while, as Nulai could attest to, but it's also not fun. And you're definitely in a worse position than he was. So, I assume, Joanne, that you have told the rest of the coterie what you've seen and that Flynn is in danger. I would say that Selena and Sapphire would probably have been in the process of moving on. You might... Sapphire might still be around, but she definitely wants to go report what they've learned to Church. So you can tell her. Selena, though, less involved. You owe her a favor for the spell here. She has stated that she would stall out the whole Primogen meeting till tomorrow, so that at least won't be a problem until tomorrow night. So she will, having done that, take her leave, since, you know, she doesn't owe you much else.
It was my understanding that we wanted her to go and report back ASAP so we would potentially have allies if bigger shit went down.
Sapphire, you mean? Or Selena?
Sapphire.
Yeah. Okay, if that's the case, she might have headed off then before you learned the Flynn thing. If that was the discussion you had before you started making those attempts. So, it is just the coterie. Sapphire, of course, you know, you have her number if you need her, but, yeah. Flynn's in trouble. Looks like an underground sort of location. What do you do and where do you go?
My proposition to the coterie would be, let's go back to where we left Flynn. Just, what was it, like a couple of hours before, right?
Seems like the most logical lead that we have available.
Be about 90 minutes-ish. It wasn't as much as we got a lot done last session, it wasn't a long period of time. A lot of it was spent sleeping because you were doing the whole relive thing. So yeah, Flynn was abducted 90 minutes ago.
Okay. So
Flynn,
the trail is still fresh.
Flynn, you feel as though you spent most of that time on the move.
Gotcha.
Because you could feel the motion, you know that you were put into a vehicle. This doesn't help the rest of the coterie, so, you know, you have to disregard that, but... Yeah. Alright, so, if everyone is happy to start heading towards that clinic, I will go back to Flynn for the journey. It doesn't take too long to go from mansion to clinic, but... Flynn, you are really struggling with this rage. Because all of your techniques to deal with rage, you can't do... Mental techniques perhaps would work, but not when it's this far gone. And any sort of physical, motion-based, you know, whether it's pacing around, whether it's smacking something, the paralysis is just turning that into a feedback loop of, I'm really angry and I would like to move around and fix that. I can't. I am even angrier. And you worry. You worry in the back of your mind through all of that rage whether this will ever abate. And then you feel a certain corner of your mind. A little, shall we say, bubble. Something that's been there for... How long ago was it put in there? A little bit before Elysium. So maybe a few days now. Something that was done willingly in a private meeting somewhere. You feel it pulse a little. And there's a sense of clarity in it. And you hear a voice you recognize, one you wouldn't quite expect to hear, simply say, "You will be calm. You must be calm if you want to get through this." And at first you scoff, because, I mean, Jesus Christ, yeah, that's always helped, hasn't it? When someone just looks at you and says, "Have you considered not being angry?" But it's not just words. as it is said, you feel emanating from this little bubble a breath of peace and sense pushing out and washing over your mind, letting that rage vent out, and you don't even know where, until you find yourself able to think again, and you know that Agatha is in danger, and you know that Flanagan is here, and you know you are staked, and you know you are not safe. You know the doctor is very likely still nearby, but you think more than feel now. You can act with your full abilities. And you would take a breath if you could. But you can't for two reasons. The stake and also you're a vampire. Flanagan's still watching you carefully. Alright. They're not quite as murdery. Look, I'm gonna take it out. But if you fucking murder me, I will leave you a very, very bad Yelp review in the afterlife. That sounded funnier in my head. Look, just fucking don't rip me apart. Please? He grabs your shoulder. He very slowly inches the stake out. You can tell that he is not super confident, but he does it. And after it passes a certain point, the horrendous locked feeling of your body eases, and you can let go of this position, and you can think and talk again.
The first thing Flynn's gonna do is just like swear in multiple languages and just like she's pretty fucking mad, but she's not furious.
Yeah. It is. The rage is not, The rage is your business now. The point of what just happened is that you can control yourself again. So be as angry as you like.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He's just watching you swear. Looks like he's taking mental notes.
Flynn will stop and she'll just turn to him very calmly. Like mid-rant, she'll just calmly turn to him and just ask, how did they get you?
What is now that you can take him in, I will point out. Flanagan looks rough. He is not, completely bloodied and beaten, but he looks like he's taken a hit or two to the head and that he's been pushed around. It's been a night since Elysium, which is when he was last seen. His clothes are still the Elysium clothes. The hat he was wearing is gone, but otherwise he looks like he's dressed up for a formal occasion, except halfway through that formal occasion, he took a walk through a sewer. His clothes are just, really scuffed and messy. Okay. I'm a curious fella, It's a problem, but as far as I'm concerned, I've never been a cat, so I probably should be alright. That fella, Volkov, he walked out of the Elysium pretty early on, which is not what you're supposed to do. Bit strange. Wanted to see where he was going. I've always considered myself reasonably discreet. Apparently not discreet enough. Followed him for a bit, thought I was doing so safely. Then he turns around. Out come the claws. And I'm a lover, not a fighter. I don't want to say that I went down within a blow or two and woke up here, but it would be a lie if I didn't. So if you mean well, all I saw was him. I don't know what the fuck he was up to. I don't know who that creepy bastard was that brought you in here. And quite frankly, I'm coping as best I can through humour, but really, if I were still alive, I'd be shitting myself. And as it happens, despite the fact that I am no longer capable of shitting, I think I might be able to be the first vampire that manages to turn blood into shit and then shit that. Jesus Christ. What is happening?
Flynn will she's gonna relate to him that his, I suppose, the faction he's aligned with think he's know that he's missing, but they don't know where he is, if he's alive, if he's dead.
Well, I'm here. Does that help?
Nope.
Oh.
And Flynn say they took somebody that means a great deal to me.
I didn't know you cared so much. Thanks.
It's hard to find a drinking buddy in a town like this.
I'm sorry, Aunt. Who did they take?
It's not important. Just that
Okay.
they're important. They mean a lot to me.
Well,
I don't suppose you have a plan. You've had your faculties for a lot longer than I have. I've just been rage.
I mean, he walks over and sort of rattles the bars that are embedded into the stone below and the stone above. He says, well, none of these bend. You don't happen to be the type that can, punch cars and shit.
No, I mean I can, but doesn't do nothing.
Well, plan A, rely on Flynn's hidden talents and get her to punch the bars into nothing, doesn't work out.
I mean, we could always rely on your quick wit and stunning personality.
They said something about how they were preparing for me, and that I would come around to their point of view after they were ready. Now, that sounds concerning, but I guess not exactly being suited to this kind of work. My A plan was to wait and see what they were doing and then attempt to not get murdered. Again. The first time sucked.
Yeah, it did. However, there might be something worse than murder coming your way. Not to alarm you.
Oh no, that's not alarming at all.
I wasn't there at the time, but members of my coterie saw that they were brainwashing vampires to believe in this whole Code of Nathaniel thing, or Cult of Nathaniel thing, not Code.
Wait, are these the Melvin people?
Yeah. And it gets worse again.
What? Is Jesus Christ himself walking around?
Well, they seem to have sort of... I feel like possibly that they caused the whole thing at the Elysium with the two princes and the... You were there for that, right?
God, I wish you were one of the... Just out of character, I really wish Flynn was one of the people capable of hearing the music, because it would be fantastic for just suddenly you just hear, 1, 2, princes kneel before you. But I can't do that, so don't, that could just be a perhaps the music was there and you could not hear it. Anyway, therefore, so yeah, you're asking Flanagan if he was at Elysium.
If he was like there for when everything went down.
Well, no,
In that case.
The hobo bastard Volkov walked out and I followed him and got smacked in the head. I probably shouldn't call him that, but I'm not feeling particularly charitable towards him right now.
In that case, it gets worse.
Because we know the story of what happened at Elysium, so we will say that you spend some time telling Flanagan about the wonders of what's going on as our coterie, meanwhile, arrive at the clinic. That makes sense to me, unless there's something super important that you would like role-played on Flynn's end.
No, I'm just really enjoying saying it gets worse.
Yeah, at this point, the two of you basically need a shovel to find how far deep it'll go. Anyway. There is one further... It happens while you're talking to him. But you do hear that voice that calmed you again. Simply say, "Don't worry, dearie. They won't be permitted to keep you."
Can I just pause and think really hard? Can you hear me?
Nothing.
Okay. And I recognize the voice now, don't I?
Yes. Anyway. The clinic. As you pull up, the outdoors of it looks largely the same. Except there are vehicles missing. I think I said there was a van there. It's not there now. Some cars are still there, though. In the interest of not dragging it out over much, there is nothing in the outdoor to really look at. So if you'll get inside, you will see the same sight in the reception waiting room that greeted Flynn, of the now colder, with dried blood stains, body of... Now, did I put 2 bodies or 1 body on the floor? Does anybody remember? Flynn, do you remember how many dead people were at the clinic?
I think there was one on the gurney. Yes. I think maybe I saw one other before they walked in.
But they had definitely, for whatever reason, killed one of the other nurses. Someone that you knew. Not as important as Agatha, but still, a friendly enough mortal who was spending their life working late nights to help people. So yeah, you can see that there has been murder done here. You can see signs of things tossed around. Should you move to the little break room, you will see no people, but you will see blood from from Flynn's knuckles, from where Flynn was staked, and from Dr. Hansen getting his face punched in a hell of a lot.
Which I would say makes the whole ordeal worthwhile.
Yeah, but you don't know whose blood is what and where and how. You just see blood lying everywhere.
I'd like to taste the blood.
Yes, okay. The tough part is figuring out whose blood you end up tasting, because...
I mean, are they like in the distinct different locations? Like, I wouldn't be...
It'd largely, because Flynn got into it with the doctor in... She would have backed him into a corner. I would say with the staking, it would probably mostly... You'd be more likely to get Flynn's. We could roll for it, because, yeah, if you're just, dipping your finger in a blood pool and tasting it, you could conceivably get either person's. But the way it looks does not necessarily suggest that you would want to keep tasting every corner to find that it turns out to belong to 2 people.
Yeah,
so...
like mostly just like, different major pools. Like not trying every little splatter. Every little splatter. Just trying out like, if that's one pool and that's another pool, you can assume that they are 2 different, maybe 2 different people who have bled.
Yeah.
Essentially.
And remind me, what is the exact detail that you get? I think you get their clan?
Basic traits of their owner, which if I open up, I don't have the core rulebook open yet.
It would be helpful if you're going to use a power that you have the information before I do, because I have more information to look up day to day. Alright, taste for blood.
Oh, I wrote all, not 4. The user depths, blah blah blah. They can also, like, with the wind, the user can determine the resonance and intensity of the blood. If human, they can also identify whether the blood belongs to a mortal, ghoul, vampire, or other supernatural creature.
Okay, well first we just need to figure out if you manage it.
Tasting with high also determines the relative blood potency.
Yeah. Resolve and blood sorcery would be the... I think you have the role written into the power thing.
Yeah.
It is free to use. You do not have to. You don't have to rouse check and risk hunger, but you do have to roll to make sure it works.
Yeah. Do I get the bonuses for having the bloodhound and all this stuff that we talked about? Because I think we're still at the point where I actually cannot by natural means pass the check. Because yes. I have one resolve.
Have your bonus if it makes it actually possible for you to manage this. I know, I'll take a power in my worst skill that requires a success of 3 when I have 1 die to roll.
Hey, I mean, we all like to spend countless hours of time failing. You know, some of us never figure out what they are truly good at.
Okay then, Mr. Dubois.
Well, that seems like a no-go.
It tastes like blood.
Yum. At this point, Nula is just looking like, he just likes tasting blood. He doesn't ever give anything useful out of it. Nula just always tastes blood, and I don't know, maybe he's just it's like a wine taster, but just tasting out the blood.
Nula, you just hear in the back of your mind the singing voice, taunting this time, going, "Tasting blood, oh, oh, oh." You're not really sure what it means, but you get the feeling that it doesn't mean much. Now, there is some stuff that you could find in here. Not necessarily in the break room, but in the clinic. What do you look for?
I think my first question would be, how does it look to me like the dead people here were killed?
It does not look like people were shot. It looks like the mortal nurse that was killed had throat slit. Does not look like a tremendous struggle. The only signs of, struggling and violence seem to be in this break room, where it looks an awful lot like somebody charged someone into that corner and punched them a lot. No, but it's like there were chairs knocked over and stuff on the way. So yeah, the body in the waiting room looks like that. Like that's the it's just this sort of look of frozen panic terror. And yeah, could be a case of snuck up and slit throat, or the person knew exactly what was going to happen to them but did not have the strength to do anything about it. It doesn't look like there were too many people there. Perhaps it was a slow night, perhaps people were ordered out before things went sideways. You are muted.
If I look around, do I see security cameras in this establishment?
Of course. Public clinic.
Were I to look for a security office on the premises, is there anyone still here that would actually get in our way?
This place is empty. You definitely have not run into anybody. The doors opened, and automatic doors from a public. It looks like it's in the state it would be while it was open, but except the lights were off. And there is a room marked security. The door is locked, but desperate times. How do you keep muting?
I shouldn't be this time.
Maybe
I was actually bringing up my sheet to see whether it would even be worth. Yeah, I doubt I could. I don't think I could pick locks or anything fancy, so I'd probably just kick it down.
Okay. Well, that is the standard strength and brawl. As you summon up the essence of
Critical door smash.
Oh, fucking hell. As you summon up the essence of every TV show police officer and video game army sergeant ever.
I'm a loose cannon, but I get results.
As Miracle of Sound once put it, you have a key in the shape of a boot. Joanne and Nulai, as Nulai is probably tasting blood in the break room, and Joanne, we'll get to you after the door gets smashed open. You both hear a as a door is very brutally woman-handled, and it will never recover. But the security office is open. So, Joanne, what were you doing? What were you looking at? Maybe, perhaps you were with Katia, perhaps you were with Nulai, perhaps you were on your own.
I would have been looking at the bodies too.
Yeah.
I probably have noticed Katya going to the security room and then followed in that direction because I want to see if there's any sort of clue. Because, I mean, obviously they're not here anymore. But who is it? Where did they go? That would be my line of thought. So
I'd say that you'd notice that the floor looks scuffed in places. It looks like there were a fair few boots heading outside from the break room out to the entranceway, and actually, yeah, you'd see not enough for Nulai to taste, but you would see that with the blood stains from that issue, it looked like somebody got blood on their shoes, and so there is a sort of bloody footprint. It's faint. It's not
not
terribly useful. It vanishes once they get outside because it had been raining. But indoors, you can definitely see that somebody left the break room following the scuffle, and yeah, the floor is scuffed in non-bloodied ways, in ways that suggest that there was a fair number of people leaving.
Right. So security it is. If there's any clue as to where they've gone, that would be awesome. I mean, wouldn't they have been smart enough to erase the footage, or would they be brazen enough that they don't care? I guess that would be my question.
That is a question to ask the security station, one would guess. But the door was locked. Perhaps they didn't go in.
So
Who wants to
follow...
Yeah, so the question becomes who wants to mess with the computer?
Me! I'm definitely gonna mess with the computer.
Be my guest. I know how to turn mine on, that's about the extent of it.
Awesome. So, like, I would first check to see if there are any open programs with, like, cameras going live now that I can, and rewind through footage to see if there's anything at all.
Okay. Well, the good news for you is that while the door was locked, the station was not shut down or in need of logging in or anything. Perhaps the door was considered the security enough. Bit silly, but nonetheless.
Mistakes were made.
Yes. However, we'll say it's considering that you're not, a security station operator, we'll say that it's a technology role to sort your way through it and see if you can find the exact points that you're looking for, whether the footage is there or not.
Technology with?
What I would ask Joanne while she's doing this is, are there any outside pictures that might give us a vehicle?
That's a smart question.
Yes.
So that's something I would look for. Cycle through all of the footage.
Yeah. It's, there are a few feeds, and of course the feeds have several hours back, so roll technology, and you've got time to focus on this, so we'll say resolve as a mental stat there to
You're so kind.
see what you get.
Jeez, may the gods of the dice bless me this day, because my week has been shit. So let today's luck be better. Wow.
Well, that beast part looks scary, because that's a bestial failure if the roll fails. But successes 3 means it would have to be a hard or above roll in order for you to have the sort of failure condition in which, I don't know, you get this sudden urge to smash the screen because it's not being good and your sire's missing and your friend's missing and... Thankfully, 3 successes will be enough to avert that fate, and so the bestial failure does not apply. It's also not an incredible amount of success. I would assume that while the outside camera is important, it wouldn't be as important as to seeing what happened. But let me put it to you this way. There's the waiting room camera, an outside-facing camera, and a camera in the break room. Which one? You could get more with more time applied, but let's just say for now that this is going to take you about 5-10 minutes to reach, and it will take longer if you go for others. And
My instinct would be to follow Katya's suggestion and look outside, because
Okay.
I know from my snapshot that I saw that Flynn is staked, and I know that she's somewhere. Knowing exactly what happened might not necessarily help us find her, is my reasoning. What do
Okay.
you think, Katya?
Mm-hmm.
that works. As a... You start from a point... Oh, it's been 90 minutes since you left Flynn. Do you try and start it from when Flynn arrived, or do you go back earlier than that?
I would roughly start within like the 5 minutes of when we dropped her off.
Okay. So in that case, you see that... a little bit before you guys pull up, you see some folks leaving. Not... many, You just see a person who looks... Yeah, there's two of them. There's two of them. They're wearing dark clothes. They look kind of goonish to you. They don't look like people that were just looking for medical help. You see that the van is there already, and that there is another car next to the van. And you see two dudes leave, get into a car, go away. Doesn't take long before Flynn appears, or your vehicle appears. Flynn gets out, goes in. There's no sound, obviously, in the security camera, so you see nothing for a while. And then you see the doors slide open, and 7 people exiting. You recognize Dr. Hansen. You recognize a staked Flynn in that position, which you have seen, Joanne, in your vision. Katya, this is new to you. Nulai, will you be watching by this time? Would you have given it... Would have taken 10 minutes of fucking around with the computer to get to this point? Would you have spent that time not with them, or with them?
I mean, it depends simply on how much blood there is to lick and how... I mean, how entertaining is blood licking, really?
That's up to you in the end, but if you're there, then you see Flynn staked. I imagine they might have called you in, but hey, it's up to you. So, Flynn is being carried between 2 goons. As they approach the van, there is some fussing about, and, a kind of balaclava thing, or something to cover the face is, so it's really an unimportant detail, gets put over Flynn's head, as is also put over the head of a mortal nurse, who is being dragged along with them and looking very, very upset, and shaky, but not staked, not unconscious, and being led along. And so the 7 of them pack into this van and drive away. And you do see that they turn right, which narrows down half the city.
Only half. Well,
I don't suppose that there was a license plate glimpsed at any point.
Very good.
Enhance. Need to enhance on that security camera footage.
Well, that's the
CSI
thing.
technology.
do I know how to zoom in?
It's tough to make out. The where the van was parked, the license plate was not visible because it was sideways to it. But as it drives away, if you slow it down, you could potentially. But I think whether we get this detail or not should be a rolled thing. Who is the perceptive one?
Can we help by having 2 people on the same keyboard? NCIS style.
Let's just see if it's a detail that you catch or a detail that's too murky to make out.
So what is the key stat when it comes to spotting details?
You could say it's awareness for a more passive style, and you could say it's investigation for a more active thing. If it's a matter of whether anyone picked up on it just while you were watching the footage, it'd be awareness. But if you miss it and then decide, you know what, I want to spend some time staring at this, let's say it's awareness, because you probably either caught it or don't.
It's like
Well, I have
awareness
1
plus
dot in
risk.
awareness, so I hope somebody's better.
Can I say Nulai doesn't care enough to investigate, so he might take it up from his side eye.
Fair enough. Flynn, how's your awareness?
I would roll.
Oh, mine's pretty good.
Yeah, well, you can't, you probably, no, you had a bag on your head. Alright, Joanne, yes, awareness and intelligence, I will say. I'll make it neutral on the mental stat.
Cool.
Yeah. Someone with incredible eyesight might have been able to get it. But you are not that someone.
I have such nice awareness.
Ever.
And that's what I get.
However,
Fuck my life.
While you guys are doing the best you can with security footage, you definitely got confirmation that Dr. Hansen was involved. You could see him.
Mm-hmm.
You hear the automatic doors slide open. And everybody freezes in place, takes absolutely no action.
We're
No.
closed
Yes,
for the night.
literally.
Okay. Good reaction time on you all. You don't hear voices or everything, but you hear a few people.
Phew.
More than two. You don't know. You can't see them. You're in the security room. The door has been busted, though. Like, it ain't gonna take long for them to know that you're there. You should probably think quick and decide whether you're just gonna walk out and be like, "Hi, guys," or... Because you have no idea who these people are. They are not talking. You did hear, like...
Can we use the security footage? I mean, we are in the thing right now. Could I just quickly click over to another screen and see who it is?
You could flip to the current feed, yes. That would not be terrible. In fact, that would be a very clever idea, considering where you are, and I'm glad you thought of it.
And we quickly flick back to the PowerPoint presentation we were supposed to work on.
Alt-tab, whoosh.
Okay. It is not difficult. You've been sat at this station for a while. You know how to get the current feed.
Cool.
You see 3 people in the waiting room whom you recognize. They are Crimson and his 2 notable compatriots, Salim, the soft-spoken bodyguard, and Celia, the old woman. You see that Celia is examining the bodies. Salim is standing tall, looking imposing with a gun. And Crimson is looking around, stroking his chin. His eyes settle in the direction of the busted door and point at it. As Salim walks towards, looking ready.
Come on in, we taped the show.
Ah! Good. No violence, Salim. We're among friends. Salim backs off, as you can see on the camera, and Crimson himself walks up towards the busted door. It's not very often that I'm late to a party. You on the trail of the diabolical doctor, too?
We are.
I thought his name was Hansen, not two.
Crimson just cracks up. Oh, that's very good. But more to the point, is that his name? My tally is at about 3 or 4 aliases at this point. Seems to be calling himself Reynolds in this business. But that cover is blown, unless it's normal practices to murder people at the medical clinic.
Anything's legal on the operating table.
I don't know where you come from, but...
China.
Well, I won't comment on that. Now, he's, well, forgive my curiosity, but what did lead you here?
A missing friend.
Oh, yes. He looks around. Ah, the charming redhead, not with you. In peril.
With them. Staked, the last we knew.
Oh my. Well then, this is perhaps a little more urgent than we had thought. We were simply here following his trails, half hoping to find the man himself, maybe get a few answers, but nonetheless. If he has your friend, perhaps you would be interested in visiting the next stop on our list.
I want this man to be ashes. So what ideas have you?
Was that what ideas have you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, as far as we are aware, he does own an estate. Not under the Hansen alias, not under the Reynolds alias, but and he rattles off like 3 different bloody names. You take notice of them, but I can't really be bothered inventing 5 aliases for one character, so let's just assume they exist. But yeah, no, he explains that he is aware of an estate in not the same rich person neighborhood as Juliet's, but it's in the hills in the sort of north of the city. And perhaps that is somewhere where he could be caught off guard, because it does not seem to be a place... It was well hidden, and it took a lot of work from them to figure out how. But he does not tell you exactly where. He simply says that it exists. He says, "Now, I'd be perfectly willing to share the address with you. In fact, I could ease some of the burdens of my day. Tell you what, if you pay the place a visit and bring Celia with you, then I will tell you exactly where it is."
Think it only just to repay home invasion with home invasion, but I am not alone in our group. So, I'd want to know, I'd look to my compatriots and
we will
see how they feel about this offer.
Unfortunate timing on the running off there, so we'll let Joanne come in and make a decision. I suppose we could check in on Flynn while we're waiting now.
Flynn mad?
Yes, I know. But there's a good 20 minutes-ish of time that we've had the other group do, so let's see. Your conversation with Flanagan is awkward, and he is keeping the brave face sort of, or joking nature that is stopping him from collapsing into a puddle of goo, but you've managed to fill him in on everything, and he is not feeling confident about you guys' chances. But a little while into that, Dr. Hansen returns, flanked by 2 goons, of course. "Ah, I see you've come to your senses, Miss Flynn," he says from the other side of the bar.
He sat him. I see you. Has his face healed at all? Like, is he still looking beat up a bit?
He's collected himself, but you can tell the wounds are gone, but the haggardness remains.
I see you've cleaned your face up. Ready for round 2?
Yes, well, I should think and hope that you could perhaps act with a bit more dignity and forethought.
I should think and hope that you wouldn't squeal like a little bitch, but hey, we all live to be disappointed.
I hope your taunts give you some comfort, but the important thing is the health and safety of one Miss Agatha, I would assume.
What have you done to her?
She is upstairs, as comfortable as one could be. She will remain comfortable.
And unharmed.
Unharmed. She will even get to go home. If we can get you out of this cage and into another room without any violence. We simply wish to speak with you.
And why can't you speak with me here? Or are your teeth broken? 'Cause I'm referencing when I punched you in the face, in case you had memory loss as well.
I appreciate the clarification. Well, I admire your backbone, but I am not sure as to your level of sense. The mortal means nothing to us. If you are useful to us, then she will be fine. If you are not, then she will not. Now, we can keep playing this game, and I'm happy to leave you in here, but it won't work out well for you.
And my friend here, he also goes free, and I like do the crazy sign around the head thing, like the twirly finger.
Mr. Flanagan is not my concern. He was at the wrong place at the wrong time, according to a colleague of mine, and well, so here he is. But if you and I can come to an understanding, then we will make concessions for him as well. Yes. It is you and what you know that I am interested in.
Fine.
He touches something under his ear, which you can see looks like a communications device of some sort. The people keeping watch over Miss Agatha expect regular contact from me to inform them that she remains safe. And that will happen if you behave.
Oh, mister, I'll be on my best behavior.
Good.
And she just sneers at him.
He unlocks the door. His two goons, with their guns, point them at you, but not in the, to your head way, just in the, we will do things if you move, you know?
Can I just lean in a bit and go, boo?
You can. That's from the doctor. What happened to the steak?
Flanagan would still have it, I think.
If you did not take it from him, then he does, and it is not talked about or mentioned or...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you had it, they would probably notice, unless you'd hidden it somewhere, but that's not the case. Alright, so presuming that you walk with them calmly, you head down this stone corridor lit by lanterns. Definitely, yeah, it feels like a dugout sort of underground. It's not bunker, but just a lair almost. Very cramped. You turn a corner or two, and you arrive into a small room with a chair, and on the stone walls opposite the chair, you see several familiar posters. They are Nathaniel posters, as all of the ones you have seen before, with "Have you seen Nathaniel" written at the bottom, and then a picture of a person. In this case, they all have an identical picture. That of an older gentleman with Middle Eastern features, looking exceedingly happy. They always have a different person of any, characteristic. It's as diverse as possible, really, if you've seen them all as they were posted on certain streets. But they always have just an incredibly intense expression on their face. Some very happy, some very angry, some very sad, some very surprised, some very scared. Every emotion you could think of, there's a Nathaniel poster variant of it. Except orgasmic, since, they do go up in public. He gestures towards them and he says, "You will sit down, contemplate what you see, and in a few minutes we will have a conversation. And it is my belief that you will begin to see things our way. And all of your friends will be happy and healthy as a result.
Do I have your assurance that none of my friends will have to sit down and look at these things like I have?
We can make that arrangement, yes.
All of them, all three of them that aren't here. I want it known that they will never have to do this.
Ah. He thinks carefully. Yes. That should be fine.
All right.
Did you believe him?
No.
He's smiling a little, but he's... You could insight check to read his face, but you get the impression he's not even trying that hard.
Yeah.
But he has Agatha and Flanagan right now. And you felt as though the way he talked about those two, that he was perhaps being more truthful with them when he said that they weren't as important to him.
Alright, I'll do as asked then.
Okay. You head inside the door, which is reinforced. It's like the prison door, except, there's no bars, no open corridor next to it. It's just this own little locked booth. As you enter, you look behind you and you see a mirror. And you have enough of a brain to figure out that it's probably not a mirror.
Can I flip it off?
Yes.
Do it.
I assume you sit down and take it in.
Yep.
Okay, let's music change here. Maybe... Let's go this one. This one, actually. Nothing happens for a while. You're just staring at these things, trying to figure it out. That little bubble in your brain pulses again. They won't be able to see it, All it says. And as you look at these posters, they start to shimmer. They start to crackle, almost, on the edges. It's kind of like a light trick. It's this sort of electric energy that builds, forming a tapestry of, as best you can describe it, power, or almost a sort of tiny little lightning that you can see moving all across it. And then it starts to coalesce into a shape as it leaves the corners of the posters. And you start to see this shining... It's almost... It reminds you of when you used to see the sun, which is very disturbing. It's just slightly uncomfortably bright. It doesn't hurt. You feel like it should, given what it reminds you of. But it doesn't hurt. Not your skin. Just your eyes a little. It coalesces into a figure, and you start to make out through the shimmering, the crackling, and the brightness, the features of the man from the poster. Still got that smile on his face, but he's alive now as he steps out. And you hear a voice that sounds like it could come from this person, but you also feel like it's deeper than that, heavier than that. It's echoing around you and within you. And it doesn't sound like anyone. But it could sound like everyone. "Hello, my troubled child," it says, which is a bit much. "I am Nathaniel. Be at ease. Listen and learn. Hear. Feel. Think. This world is broken, and I need your help to heal it. We all have roles to play, and it is time for us to find yours. Be still, and let me show you the truth."
I don't resist or make any sort of indication of it.
Just stare.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Look enraptured. That's all the voice says. And it's thunderous. Like your brain rattles. Most of it. There's that little bubble that does not. It stays still in the rattle of everything else. As this figure, this creature stops speaking, if it even was that creature that was speaking, the room lights up really bright. You hiss involuntarily. You feel like they have opened up the ceiling and the sun is bearing down on you, and that is the end. But then there is no pain. There is no burn. You are not gone. And you are confused, but you are relieved. And you feel that you might have lost control if you weren't feeling centered in a strange way as you were since the frenzy ended. In this bright light, though, you see images start to form. Lots of them. More than you feel comfortable seeing. In every corner of your mind's eye. Not just four corners like a poster, no. There's one here, there's one there, 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 and they are each spectacularly different. Some of them are of the past, some of them maybe of the future, some of them are of right now, some of them are of people, some are of places, some are of ideas, some are of thoughts, some are of feelings. But they're all hazy. They're all vague and they're all hazy. And just the attempt to try and understand one of them is out of reach. But you can see that they're trying to clear up, trying to find detail, and as your eyes start to focus again through this blinding light and your brain stops wobbling, you can see the potential that you might be able to begin to understand, and then it holds there. That momentum of clearing stops while they're still hazy, while they're still out of reach, and it's frustrating. You almost feel like you want it. You want to know what all this is about. And then you feel that bubble in your mind, the one that was put there, holding. You feel that energy pressing out from it again, against the waves. You get the impression that this is not what is supposed to happen when you're in this room. And after a while, the light fades, the images go with it. The staticky, crackly, lightning figure, Nathaniel Mann, if he ever was there, is not there now. The room returns to normal. Gets dark. Your eyes aren't suffering from that adjustment issue when you move from a very bright place to a very dark place. They just adapt like it was always this dark. And everything is clear, and you don't feel as though your mind has been changed. But you definitely feel like it should have been. How do you act in the midst of all of that?
I feel like it's if I feel like it should have been, I will try and act, like it has been. Try and match their expectations if I can tell what they are.
Hard to say. Well, how do you look sitting in the chair when the room is darkened?
Relaxed.
Okay. There's a period of silence before the door opens up again. Dr. Hansen walks in. On his own. Looks down and smiles at you. Well,
I smile back.
now wasn't that just enlightening?
I just smile wider.
You can see, perhaps now that you've been through this, why we want to spread our message. Why it really would help your friends if they were to see this too.
I can see how wrong I was.
Of course. What's important now is that you can direct your energies towards the future. Towards... well, it's above my pay grade. I'm sure our Lord told you exactly what it is you need to do.
Flynn will just smile again.
Now, I would... let me just construct the sentence before he says it, actually. He says, yes. Now, I would like to invite you upstairs for a drink. We will, of course, be able to reunite you with Agatha. But we have much to talk about regarding this pretender. I'm sure you know much about him, right?
Flynn just smiles and nods.
And I imagine our Lord has told you to aid us in this particular facet of our operation. So, you can have a bite to eat, relax, recover from the experience, and then we will discuss. And at that point, Dr. Hansen beckons for you to follow him out of the room. I'm going to gloss this a little unless Flynn intends to take any sort of drastic action while we balance with the other group. Because this will have taken a while. This will have taken longer than the time that I spent over with them, because you would have been in the room with all those images for longer than it feels. So, we'll just try to juggle the timing of it all, but essentially the intention is that they will lead you up out of the underground basement-y place. You will arrive through a staircase into a fancy-looking building, and a mortal will be brought for you for you to drink from. if you wish. But the intention essentially is to show you upstairs to where Agatha is waiting, where you will be shown that she is okay and given some time to relax and decompress before Dr. Hansen talks to you again and Agatha is released. Will you go along with that?
I will. Has my hunger changed since being staked or anything like that? Or taken any damage or...
Well, I think it would make sense to roll a rouse check on that, given the stress, the fact that you were bled a bit with the staking, so we can find out. Your hunger is 2.
Then in that case I will accept the drink.
Is there any,
As long as it's not Agatha.
No. The person seems a little nervous.
Oh. Oh no. Am I in the room alone with them?
There's probably goons and guards, and the doctor has moved on to seemingly do other things, but...
I will turn to them and say, I prefer this in private, please.
They grunt and leave.
I'll turn to the mortal and say, is this what you want? Do you understand what's happening?
I think so. If it's what Nathaniel wants of me. He doesn't look thrilled.
If you do not want this, I don't need to drink. I could simply make it seem like I have and leave you unharmed. Besides from perhaps 2 pinpricks.
If that is what you want to do. He smiles a little.
Does he seem that would be the option he would prefer, or?
You get there's a bit of a look of relief at the idea of it, yes.
And that's what I'm going to do. I will not drink from an unconsenting person.
Okay. He exhales. It's difficult. You've had a rough time of it.
Yeah.
But hunger has not been the source of the stress. Given your hunger is still in the low ranges, it is 2, not 3 or 4. I will not make you roll to resist. Given things aren't as bad as they were before.
Yep.
So you are able to fake that, make nice. He goes along with it, seems happy enough with that. The goons step back inside. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. I'll go and find Agatha if I can.
Okay. One of them leads you away. As you walk away, you hear a "ah!" and a thump from the direction of the room you were just in with the other goon and the guy.
I don't outwardly make any, like, my expression doesn't change, but inwardly it's just a sigh.
Yeah. And onwards they go. Yeah, you would be taken to an upstairs bedroom where, as you get there, Agatha seems, terrified, but okay. And the goons that were guarding her step outside, and they basically explain before you go in that now that you're, on the correct side of things, no doubt you see why it will be important that everyone else and the goons probably wouldn't say much. Hansen will come to visit after you go and get reunited with Agatha, but you can tell that the guards are waiting outside, and things aren't completely done yet. But I should move to the others as well.
Yeah.
So you get to reunite with her, and we won't role play the emotional conversation because time considerations, but there is one.
Yep. The only thing I would say is that I would just like hug her and say, play along. Everything's okay.
All right, fair enough. But yeah, you're given that chance. Okay. So, we did leave sort of halfway through because we needed an opinion from Joanne as you got up. Crimson has appeared, and his... basically, he has said that they were looking in on following the trail left behind from the Doctor as to how they found out all about that. He has not specified, but he's good at learning things. And he has said that he knows of a location which he believes belongs to the Doctor. He is happy to tell you where that is, since it was going to be his next destination. But instead of that, you guys go there, and the condition for him letting you basically go in his place is that you bring Celia along, who is the elderly lady mortal.
That's so weird. Why? Why the mortal? Okay. As my cohorts and I briefly discussed, we don't really have much of a choice, do we? Seems like this would be, in the interest of time being a factor, we want to get Flynn back. This would probably be the best course of action to pursue.
Celia herself is just sort of watching with her usual stone-faced... She doesn't look bored, she just looks very, collected and emotionally detached, but not detached from the situation. Salim is similar. Like, basically Crimson is vibrant and smug and constantly talking, and his people just tend to be buttoned up. Crimson smiles, says, I imagine you might have some concerns in bringing a mortal along, but I can assure you, Celia is very, very handy to have around in situations such as this. She will not require your babysitting or anything of the like. She smiles at... he smiles at Celia, who just doesn't react too much.
So what's in it for you if this isn't a babysitting job?
Are you asking Crimson or Celia?
Crimson.
Ah, well, of course. We are very interested in what is going on with this Doctor and this cult, and what Celia sees and knows, I know.
Yeah, but why would you want to separate from Celia? Why? Like you're saying it like you're doing us a favor, which, in all fairness, you probably are. But what are you gaining out of us taking Celia along with us if this is not a babysitting job?
You mean, why not simply go with Salim and Celia myself and not involve you at all as I was planning to before I had any idea you were involved or that your friend was missing?
Something along those lines.
I believe in the appropriate...
We're not doing you a favor here, are we?
I do believe we are.
What's the favor we are doing? Taking Celia off his hands? No, because he said it's not a babysitting job.
Taking the risk of investigating this on us, he is not involved, and then could technically claim that he doesn't, if things go bad, it wasn't me. So, yeah, he's definitely benefiting from us doing this.
I offer you a location, and all I ask in return is that my associate accompany you.
Why don't you accompany us?
Of you.
I can't imagine that you would want to spend more quality time with me, Joanne, but I am flattered. There are many things I could be doing with my time.
including coming with us to complete the investigation. What if we were to miss an important piece of information that you would find crucial to this investigation of yours, especially since we have no details of why you're investigating it in the first place?
Crimson takes a look at Celia. That won't happen.
I'm not buying it. But okay.
And I am no salesman. But Celia's powers of observation are, in my experience, second to none. I suggest listening to her counsel, and above all else, when she says something, I would strongly advise you to believe it. Now to this doctor. We have not encountered him, but he appears to be a minister with minister abilities. What have you observed him to be capable of doing if you should get into a fight? What is he capable of, and what are your plans to tackle it?
What is he capable of? He clouds minds, plays with your emotions, projects madness. If at all possible, I plan on...
thin air.
Mm-hmm.
A master of illusion. Celia is quite good at piercing through those. And did you say it turns to mist? Ah, protean, right. In that case,
Difficult to pin down, even if injured.
In that case, he could also be capable of shape-shifting into more martial forms, could be capable of extending his hands into more bestial weapons that will hurt a sight greater than bullets.
I think what we would need is a vacuum cleaner.
Vampiric mist is invulnerable to most mundane forms of attack. Your knives will not work, your guns will not work, but there is one thing that will do the trick. He gestures to Celia, who pulls out of her little handbag, basically, a very small pistol, holds it out and says, "This shoots a small stream of fire."
God, yes. I knew it was going to be fire.
Which of you is best suited to operating this device?
Me!
If it is a firearm, rest assured that would be me.
Yes, in fact, that is a
If
very...
it's fire, it's me.
Only in the dream world, New Lie.
Celia...
Also, on that note, fire spreads, so I'm very concerned about you having any fire right now.
It is very possible for usage of this to create havoc in an indoor environment. But in the case of the doctor using mist form to escape, then... She hands it to Katia, and as she does so, looks her in the eye and says, "Your kind often struggle with the appearance of fire. I would say this fire will not harm you if you are holding the gun." Hands it, takes a
Understood.
step back. Do you believe that?
I will endeavor to operate the device as instructed.
Do you believe that?
Let's say yes.
Okay, we'll see. You have a tiny fire gun. It's curious to you, knowing firearms quite well. You're not sure exactly how something this small could have that kind of device in it, but you have also seen Stranger Things. 3 seasons
Oh,
worth,
she
in
has a
fact.
Netflix subscription?
You have probably not seen Stranger Things, but you have seen things of a greater strangeness than a tiny gun that shoots fire. Anyway, she otherwise does not offer anything. She doesn't appear to be armed herself otherwise, but she basically, her intention is to tag along. She's not saying much. He says a lot, but yeah, he smiles again and says, well, once again I am flattered at your invitation to accompany you, but I think I will see how this particular endeavor unfolds at a distance. After all, I don't have any friends in that house. Unless you're willing to owe me a favor for my accompaniment.
I don't like owing favors.
Wait, now it's a favor to bring him along? This is truly a backwards world.
Let us not.
Celia's presence and the information pay for themselves. Any further assistance you get from me would be a matter of business. So.
At this point, I would like to...
And we gave you a gun!
Well, I mean, without it, Celia could die, so I feel like that's fair exchange. Just saying.
That would be very unlikely.
I'm starting to wonder if we should take anyone with at all at this point.
I mean, at this point, you're making it sound like you don't even need us. You could just send Celia along all by herself. You're making her sound like some sort of a super soldier here.
Believe what you will, Nulai.
Oh, can I? Oh, man. Okay. This is crazy. Grab Katya and pull her aside. What if we took him with? Just... Would that be crazy?
I refuse to owe that man anything. If it can be avoided.
I don't want to owe him anything either. But I am very, very suspicious of this. I was on the trail of investigation, and now I'm just going to disappear. And you can do it instead. No, that's very weird. I'm not buying it.
If someone else can have the guns pointed at them instead of him, is it really a great mystery why that appeals to him?
He doesn't seem intimidated by anyone. He orchestrated insane things around the Elysium. I don't think he's threatened at all by this. There's no concern. It's more like, well, I'll just go and smoke a cigar somewhere while they risk their fucking lives. No, there's something. I don't like it. And if I can make him squirm, well, I don't know if that is even possible. But I don't want to owe him, but I don't know.
There's always something with men like him. Flynn is gone. We don't know what might be happening to her in our absence.
Yeah.
I think the sooner we get on the road, the better.
Let's go. But mark my words, he's up to something.
Okay.
He's up to something.
I'd be surprised if he wasn't.
Celia knows the address. She will drive you. If nobody flags him down, he will take his leave. Oh!
I regretfully watch him go.
Celine, I believe you had the... Flynn, what is the shape of your knife? Big?
Yeah, it's a bit like a hunting knife.
Okay. Celine pulls out a hunting knife that you may recognize as Flynn's. She left that behind under a table at Elysium. Perhaps she will want it back.
I expect that she will.
Salim holds the knife out towards the four of you. Politely, the handle. Does anybody grab it? He's not throwing it at anyone in particular? He's certainly not throwing it.
I'll take it.
Okay, Katia has the knife and the gun. Katia is an armada.
Did anyone else leave anything behind there at the Elysium?
Only our collective dignity.
That is a good question. I believe we established that Flynn was the main person who left a weapon there, and
We also established that
Didn't
Nulai
the
left his
little
ball.
meditation stone?
oh, you left a ball at the Elysium. Did you ask after that?
Hmm?
Do you ask after? Is that what you?
I'm hinting at it. I'm asking if anybody else left anything in particular.
Ah. As I recall, you gave the stone to a guards person at the Elysium. You didn't put it under the table with the weapons. Can't remember why you did that, but I think that's what happened.
I think it was mostly because I wasn't given a narrative choice.
We have something of a lost and found, yes. Why? Are you in the market for an object of yours?
Well, it might be something you recognize as mine. I was just wondering.
Huh.
Well, maybe not mine, but I think you did relinquish ownership of it.
A long and storied history, that. Well, we didn't bring it with us, but perhaps the next time I see you.
Fair enough.
Come along, Salim. Best of luck, Celia, with the babysitting.
I would
So
just
it is a
stare at him.
babysitting job.
We're the babies, no lie.
You will forgive my employer's humor.
Will we? I don't know if that's possible.
Perhaps not, few do.
Can't help but laugh though.
But yes, you needn't worry about safety on my account. I can take myself away from situations of danger without much trouble. This is a
Why do you
small,
need that?
frail, thin, 70-year-old woman.
I'm like, is she a witch? She's gotta be a witch, right? Vampires exist. For witches must. She's gotta be a witch.
Sadly, the character
They're
named
mortal.
Agatha has absolutely nothing to do with...
And I've still not seen that.
So I thought you said you did. No, it doesn't matter.
I was gonna.
Then time got in the way. Well, that's on you. Alright, the spoiler window for a piece of media is what, 3 months?
Oh no, I don't care about spoilers.
Good. Okay, anyway, yeah, so she knows where to go and can take you there. Meanwhile, Flynn is having her brainwashy experience. And so we can actually put it all together fairly well and say that Flynn is in the room with Agatha, having basically bluffed her way out of a prisoner situation reasonably easily. And y'all don't necessarily know that Flynn is in this building. I mean, I can't hide it at this point because she's in a fancy looking... If she never left the underground, maybe, but she did, so, yeah. For all you know, you guys are pulling up at a, you know... It is a smaller little manor house compared to Juliet's. Still 2 floors, but it's that sort of, like, entry-level rich bastard home.
starter rich bastard.
Yeah, you're in the earlier, you know.
The economy model mansion.
It's entirely a size question. It is just as resplendent looking as the big ones, it's just smaller. And it has...
It's not the size of the mansion, it's how you use it.
Yeah, it has a scary looking fence with barbed wire on the top, which sort of kills the fancy aesthetic. But, well, perhaps he has reason to fear. Except the only part that isn't barbed wire is the double metal gates at the front with an intercom button. And otherwise the fence will go all the way around. So, as you'll pull up, you'll need to decide a plan of action.
I'd sooner climb the fence and infiltrate if the rest of you are up to it,
I would
rather
definitely
than
want
knock
to
on the door.
infiltrate. Yeah. I don't think knocking on the door would be...
I mean, now perhaps might be the only chance for us to literally go guns blazing.
Given that we only have a gun that blazes, I don't know if that is the wise option. But I appreciate the effort.
You lead, I'll follow.
You wish to climb the fence or make a hole?
Dexterity is not my strong suit. If any of you have wire cutters...
I think Flynn actually did.
Flynn did, yes.
Flynn's
I
toolbox
miss
is probably
Yeah.
not with the team.
No.
We were not given access to carry around all of her fancy tools in our hands in case we might need to use them.
Hey, not all of us gave it to a guard at the door.
Well,
I mean, the suggestion was made. Does that mean you have wire cutters?
No. In my van.
no, asking Sila. She rolls her eyes. Not exactly masters of infiltration, are you?
Well, no, given that our party member, who is usually the one who carries the wire cutters, is inside, not outside here, it does put us in a slightly compromised position.
Yes, we did put all of our eggs in one basket. Why do you ask?
The basket appears to have escaped down the street.
Just slapped me. Oh God,
Do you feel
stop it.
comfortable crawling over the barbed wire?
Wound seal.
I
suppose
could
they
if
do.
need be.
And the rest of us?
Like I said, wound seal.
She thinks for a moment. She looks to the gate. I don't believe that gate is particularly strong. The metal looks rusted, weakened.
I considered this, but I wasn't quite sure how attached you are to this car.
It is not my car.
Oh, let's go.
Don't know. Just to make sure it's not Crimson's car, is it? We're not going to end up owing him a favor for that.
Well, we did not specify whether you continued on the car that you had been using, which is probably, one of the assets provided to you back when you had a prince, or whether you swapped into a vehicle of Crimson's that Celia had been driving.
I assumed the latter, since she was the one who knew the way.
It makes more sense to me that you would be in one of Crimson's vehicles. However, he is her employer, and she is not saying that we cannot do this, or that you cannot do this.
She suggested. I was like, now would be the opportunity. And if push comes to shove, we had to. We heard screaming. We, like, you know, there was something, and it was let's just go. You know, we all agreed, unanimous.
It is halfway through you saying that the the accelerator is slammed upon with an elderly foot. And now here's my question. She said to you that the gate looks weak, rusted, old. Do y'all believe her? Nobody seemed to offer any...
If I didn't examine it myself, I'll accept the statement.
Does anybody think, wait a minute, no, this isn't going to work. The gate is strong and robust. Or does everybody just hear her say that and be like, yeah, let's drive? Sounds like nobody cared.
Lula doesn't care.
She's in the car. So, assuming that she's in the car that is about to crash into the gates. Oh, but wait. She can get out of situations very easily.
I don't feel like Joanne probably would have, considering you were the one just doing the big talk about it, I don't think you would have given it a great amount of thought, and you probably would have accepted the statement at face value, which means the gates collapse in the face of a screaming car, which, after the gates are broken down, she does not slam it into the front door of the mansion. She does slow the car down once through the fence and through the gates, which...
Oh, so we don't careen wildly around a fountain or anything like that.
No, she is quite controlled and quite careful. The only thing she wanted to do was get inside. Now, there's quite a bit of road, it's up a bit of hill, but it was definitely loud. And as she brings the car to a stop, she says, "The element of surprise is dead and buried. I suggest you prepare for action."
All right. Well, I'll hop on out of the car and time to storm the castle.
Have fun. Flynn, you heard
Weapons
that.
out.
Flynn, you heard that in the second floor room with a window. It is from the direction of the window.
Do the obvious and sort of grab Agatha's hand and open the window and try and get to the noise.
Wait, you jumping out the window now?
Well, not jumping out the window. I'm being careful.
Jumping through the window is the right option.
I opened it first.
It is a second floor window that does not have balcony or a bit of roof that you can slide out onto. It would be a 2-story fall, which you would be fine with, but it would probably not be great for a mortal.
Okay, then I won't.
Survivable, but like, break an arm, leg.
I will look out the window then after opening it.
You see the car flooring it and then slamming to a halt and turning. You don't see anyone come out of it just yet, as Celia says. "This car will take bullets quite well."
I'll just keep watching.
That's what she says to warn the three of you. She pulls another small gun, which may or may not shoot fire, out of her little hand purse. But she does not look to be exiting the car at the minute. She seems to be waiting around to see what you guys are doing. And you know, from where Flynn is, you can hear the commotion of footsteps running around outside, and when I say inside, but outside the room that you're in, Agatha's like, who are they? What's happening?
I don't know.
Great. Just doing the deep breath thing. Alright, so you mention a fountain. We'll say that she pulled the car up near a nice enough small-looking fountain that could serve as cover, as can the car itself. There is a bit of an open field between you guys and the door. But Katia, you can kind of see her logic in stopping there as opposed to going all the way in, because a car crash is not going to leave you guys. As much as this isn't the best field for a gunfight should it happen, you would probably be worse off if you were right up in their faces and reeling from an impact. So, you don't think she did that to get you killed.
Okay. Well, let's load up shotgun, I suppose. If anybody's gonna step out and scan for guards, that's gonna be me. I'll do my best to use the car for shelter, should anyone appear in defense.
Okay, at first sign, this hasn't taken very long. You see a lit up house, but you can't, they got the fancy curtains, you can't see inside. No one has burst down the door, same way no one has opened a window and started firing out of it, but you get the impression that may happen, because you can hear shouting, muffled, and you get the impression that unless this place is populated by the deaf, you don't have long. Do you take position behind doors, behind the car itself, behind the fountain? I assume not out in the open.
Let's go with behind the car.
Okay.
So far, her advice has worked out.
Joanna Nulai, do you get out of the car?
Yes, and I reach for my gun.
Okay. Celia calmly exits, takes a crouched position. The car is... We don't really do maps here, but basically the upper right, sort of the front right corner of it, is connected to the fountain, so the right side of the car can be hidden under with the fountain to the right of that. The back of the car can also be hidden behind, but the left side is open to where the house is, and the front side is open to where the house is, because it's a sort of perpendicular in that sense. So essentially, yeah, the furthest left that you could take cover is the back left corner of the car, but otherwise you'll be hiding on the right side. I wouldn't recommend getting out of the left side doors. Which Katia did, but Katia did so early and then moved behind.
So, I would slide out as low as possible, and then hide kind of what do you call it? We call it a bonnet, but I don't know if that makes sense to anyone else.
Yeah.
The hood of the car. So by the hood, that I can sort of see what's happening, but I'm like, gosh, okay.
Okay. Let me just... Let's go with this one. Nulai, what are you doing?
Just sitting at the behind the car.
Okay, so you're out of the car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Follow, yeah.
Everybody's out of the car and using it as cover. Celia, in that case, to not crowd people, will move about to using more of the fountain as a cover spot. She does not look like she's holding the gun, but she's staying well out of sight. She doesn't look like she's about to start firing upon the building. The first thing that happens after a little while is that the door opens and a goonish looking fellow who does not appear to have a gun Takes a few steps forward. Open, no cover. Who the fuck are you? Which Flynn would hear. Are you just staying in the upper room with Agatha for now?
No, I'm going to see if I can find a way to... back to the cells. To Flanagan.
To the cells, okay. Well, we can't do all of that movement just yet, but you managed... Yeah, so... Agatha, you just tell her to wait there and pray.
Oh. Nula would like to yell back. She wants to yell back, I am the law!
Okay, that happens. But moving back a little for giving Flapta? For giving Raptor. For giving Flynn. Wow. Flynn.
You having a stroke, Gav?
Flynn. The ability to move while y'all are getting out of the car and taking possession. So,
I am taking Agatha with me.
Okay, so you leave the bedroom that you were in. You see that the guards that were keeping watch over your room have gone. You can head out to the staircase that's again in the main entrance hall, and you will see that there are people. A couple of guys with guns, and you see the big one. Boldly opening the door and stepping outside. No sign of the doctor just yet. It will take walking through where they are to be able to go back underground. Now, there was a staircase in the study that led to the more, stone constructed little underground set of rooms and cells. It looked like the sort of staircase that is either visible or not visible, but you didn't see them work any mechanics or anything, so hopefully when you get into the study it's still there. But it will take a little bit longer for you to get there, since the dude has just exited and shouted, and now Nulai has shouted back. The guy says, "Cops! If you have a warrant, come up and say hi."
I ain't falling for that.
He holds his arms out and says, "You look like you're braced for a firefight. We're just having a late night party in here. Why don't you come join us? Be fun."
Maybe I will. Is Nathaniel invited?
Oh, God.
Nathaniel goes wherever he wants, pal.
Sweet. I have all access pass. That's what he said.
It's up to you. If you want to get out from behind cover and walk towards them, go ahead. Dude's on his own. He doesn't appear to be armed. He seems very confused as to the busting down of the gate and the parking scheme that looks awfully tactical.
I do want to look around first. Like I wanna what's it called?
Survey the area. Just...
Sense the unseen.
I want to heighten my senses.
Okay. Your eyes?
I wanna eyes. I wanna scout the area, check the windows, and
check the windows. Okay.
Just to make sure there aren't any hidden gunmen that I need to play spotter for Katya.
You have 2 powers with Auspex.
Nice.
Heightened senses will not enable you to see anything supernatural, but it will enable you to see in great detail as much as can be physically documented. If you were to attempt to see anything that was supernaturally hidden from view, you would activate Sense the Unseen instead. Which you can do both of them, but you would have to do one first and the other one after a little bit of time. So Heightened Senses.
I'm going for Heightened Senses.
Very well. I believe that's level 1. It's free, and I don't think you have to roll. It just applies to you. It only the Heightened Senses roll is a defense roll if you heighten your ears and then somebody coaxes a parrot to scream or something. So yeah, you're able to. So yeah, you pop your head out and he sees you and he's looking at you very carefully, and you can see that the many windows in the front rooms, some of them have started to open a crack, and you can see what looks like people ready to fire upon what's in front of them. Maybe you see 3, and one that could either be an empty window or could have someone in it, because it's the furthest from where you are. 3. There are definitely 3 there, and there are also a few windows that are unmanned. Which
do I have to individually just now ask which of the windows might be manned, or do we just skip and I point those windows out to the others?
Yeah, I mean,
Like
let's say that the front face of the house has maybe 8 windows in sets of 2, and that the furthest the furthest on the right could be manned, and the furthest one on the left is, and it looks like there are 2 in the middle that would probably be in the entrance hall, and then there's also one in what looks to be a side room on the left, and one that might be a side room on the right. So there might be 4 guns pointed at you, but there's definitely 3.
Yeah, I'm seeing 3, maybe 4 guns pointed from the windows. He's definitely not alone.
There are 4.
Fair enough. Looks like I'm out of a job here. Have fun. Yeah, I'll consider your offer, but I need to, sit down a bit, and this crash kind of, I hurt my leg. Let's put it like that. But I'll consider your offer.
Well, if you guys are happy to just stay there until the sun comes up, I don't see what business that is of me and mine. Flynn, as this discussion is happening, you get Agatha down the stairs, and one of the gunmen at a window, one who's close to the main door, which the large man exited from, turns to 2 of you. Says, "What are you 2 doing?"
I have my orders from Nathaniel. You keep them away from us so we can complete it.
Goes back. You turn into the side room in that direction, which is the study, and there is no staircase, but there is a dude in the corner setting up the hole, ready to shoot. You know where the staircase should be, though. It's
Yep.
not too far away from the desk.
I go to the guy who's ready to shoot, and I sort of indicate, say the same thing. So we need the one in the cells. He must see the truth before they come into the house. We must get him out. It's vital to Nathaniel's plans.
Okay. We are going to make that a roll. What is Flynn's power of charisma and persuasion? Okay, yeah, not bad. Flynn's power of charisma and persuasion will be put on display here. Let's see how it goes.
No modifiers, I'm assuming.
Are you using anything?
Actually, can I use my ore thing?
I wasn't gonna warn you, but because you started asking about modifiers, yes, you can turn ore on, and then you can add your presence, which is 2. Yeah, okay, you probably convinced him. He moves from his position as he goes to help you, and he moves over to the computer in the study, and it's going to take him a bit to do this. And as he does so, Nulai, you see a fluttering in that furthest window, the one you weren't sure about, but that Celia seemed to confirm, that now that you're, looking at it properly, it looks like there is one fewer gunman there. It looks like the one that was manning that particular wall has moved away. The one you weren't sure was there or not, but now that you've seen the motion itself, you're like, okay, yeah, no, he's gone. So you're pretty sure about that.
Yeah.
Did you tell everybody?
But since... No, Celia seems to have taken Nulai's only useful thing that he can do in this situation. Nulai's not gonna say a thing.
She does not.
Realize sulking?
She doesn't mention anything. She sits there.
Can I do something very weird?
Sure.
Can I share the senses with Celia?
Interesting. Let's take a look at the specifics of that. Where the hell is it? Oh, let's go. Here. Share the senses, which I believe is Auspex 3. Tap into the senses of another mortal or vampire, seeing, hearing, and feeling what they do. The user retains their own perception, still aware of their own surroundings. The effect requires some getting used to. This will be your first use of this new ability that you've developed, so it will probably be a bit weird. You can tap into one, some, or all of the target's senses. You need line of sight, which you have with her. It is a rouse check, and you would, after the rouse check, make another roll. So let's just start with a.
Okay, I'm still on 2 hunger, so this could be risky.
Good old-fashioned hunger question. Rousing success. You remain at 2. You are fine. You feel the blood boil up within you, but you do not feel that familiar pang, that need increase. So, the roll that you're looking for, you probably have it listed as next to the power as a quick button that you can hit.
I do.
Resolve discipline, yes. What are you sharing?
I want to tap into her sight and hearing.
Okay. It's confusing as you tap into the sight and hearing of this old lady with glasses. Her eyesight is worse than yours, and is seeing not a great amount that you aren't already seeing yourself. It's confusing too because you're seeing this sort of double vision now, and you have to concentrate to separate the two. She does not seem to react to what you've done. You have to sort of, if you let your mind stop focusing, you'll just start saying something. As for the hearing, that's odd too. It's sort of layered over your own. And yeah, it's not like noticeably worse the way that the sight is, but there's not a great amount of difference in the hearing specifically. The sight, obviously there's the weirdness of her being about a meter or so away from you. If you were looking to identify any supernaturally strange things, you're not seeing it. You can keep the effect lasting, but it is obviously making it harder for you to focus.
Yeah. Once I've like just gone over the sort of general thing, like tried to focus, what is she hearing? Is she reacting to anything that she's hearing or not hearing? If I don't see anything that like catches my attention, then no, I would sever the connection.
Yeah, there's really nothing that suggests she would have any ability.
Okay.
To figure out
a bit more now.
What's going on there.
I'm so suspicious. At this point, I would probably ask Nilay, so, Big Mouth, what now?
Well, you guys have guns, you can start firing. You can also turn invisible and do other things. I'm just gonna let you guys do your job.
Katya 100% expected people to be shooting at her, and since it isn't already happening, she's very confused. And just about ready to discharge at the door at this point.
Aware that there are guns pointing at the field.
If they're shooting at me, they're not shooting at the younger ones.
It's true, and you have some robustness to you. Celia looks towards Nulai. I can't see any better than you can. I was just agreeing with your input.
I mean, you're the one confirming the unconfirmable for me.
You didn't trust your senses. I trust your senses. It's simple as that.
Okay, but hold on. Like, how did she know the gate wasn't like holding together then? I have too many questions, but I would take this opportunity of her looking at Nulai. I would kind of hunker down a little bit even more, and I want to go invisible.
Katya, did you tell the group that you have a mind to charge, or are you simply thinking that in your head?
I'm thinking it, but if any of them looking at me could... It's probably pretty obvious. I'm ready to handle problems. The only way that I really know, I just need a word if anyone wants to give it. So should any unexpected noise or sight or event appear to be occurring inside, I will probably seize that moment of confusion and make a break for it.
Celia looks at you. How fast are you?
As fast as I need to be.
She probably meant, do you have celerity? But that's, if that's the response she gets, she says... She looks you in the eye and says, they won't all hit you.
That's all I need to hear. Let's Leroy this bitch.
Again. The lack of celerity. You have rapid reflexes, which does not increase your ability to Blackadder goes forth, ending the doorway, and the large man that is still standing there. Is your intent to tackle him, charge him with, shoot him, charge him with a melee weapon? What is the goal of bursting out of cover and launching forward?
I am a bowling ball barreling through the door. He is the pin.
Okay.
As for what happens once we get inside, I will immediately be looking for people with guns to be responded to with gun.
Alright, so you have shotgun in your hand, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. That is certainly a option, and one that perhaps they're ready for, perhaps they are not. The words, "they won't all hit you," sticks in your brain.
Taken quite at face value.
Yes. Let's see what check this would be. The first thing is one of athletics and dex, and it is to see how you fare running. And you will add a dice to it, for reasons unknown.
Athletics dex +1.
Yep. Unknown, but perhaps extrapolatable. Three successes. Okay. Katia bursts out from... You're probably at the... The other side of the fountain is probably the one with the least amount of distance, so you probably crawled around to there and... which the rest of you knew she was going to do. Celia sort of nods at it. As Katia begins to do this, Celia draws up a little out of cover, raises her gun, makes to fire. Joanne, do you also intend to support this charge in any way? Nulai, I don't think
intend
you're a
to
shooter.
go invisible,
Okay. Joanne intends to vanish.
but I have my gun.
Very well. Nulai? Not a man of violence. Yeah, your mind tricks could work if you can get a hold of someone. Technically, the big guy, you might have gotten his attention before when you were talking to him, but he's probably going to be looking at Katia now. Muted.
Yeah, a little too late for that.
Okay. I'm going to roll some shots that are contests against your roll, but your roll is... You only get one roll, so that's why we're doing it sort of awkwardly. So let me just see who hits you out of the three that are trying. Okay. Actually, I'll roll again to decide where. Ooh. Okay, it's not nearly as terrible. God, Roll20 has been weird today. It keeps making shit disappear. And is it happening for the rest of you? So I got someone's character sheet open, and then it will just vanish for like a... I don't know, it's being odd. 3 bullets are fired at you from 3 chambers. As this is happening, and you start to hear bullets fly, the guy who is typing on the computer finishes what he was doing for Flynn, and the staircase begins to open out. It's basically a trap door moves. It's not like the wall moves or anything. It's all a floor-based thing. So you'll be able to get down there soon, but you are hearing shooting. Probably another reason to get downstairs. Only one bullet manages to find its mark in the charging Katia, and it will deal only 2 points of superficial damage as it thuds into your middle, which would be very bad for a human, but you don't have vital organs and you don't bleed much unless you're in a very physical confrontation. Guns, weirdly, and this is probably something to remember as you guys were bad for Celia, I'm sure, but bullets aren't as bad for a vampire as blunt melee weapons, because being sliced open is a much bigger wound than being shot, and it isn't about the you've got nothing inside that you're protecting.
Mm-hmm.
Your limbs might have trouble, but you really do want to get shot in the middle. So it's roughly, middle left, not in the heart, which itself wouldn't hurt. Well, would hurt, but it wouldn't... Getting shot in the heart does not kill you. Getting shot in the head will kill you if you get shot in the neck in every single section, but that's a decapitation and that's a different story. So yeah. 2 superficial damage ain't good.
What defines a stake and what defines a bullet?
Wood.
A stake is a stake and a bullet's a bullet.
2 things. If you were firing wooden bullets at somebody, you would need it to stay in the heart, and you would need it to be long enough to be in all of it. So it'd be very difficult to pull that off. However, wooden crossbow bolts are a known practice for staking vampires.
Fair.
Which perhaps Nulai would have heard about, if he were willing to be violent in a fight. I'd love to give you more to do, but it's a fight. So...
I'll stick to snarky remarks.
That's fine, so long as you're having something approaching fun, yeah? Cool. It does not stun you enough to stop your run, but it will be your next move where you will get to crash into the big guy who is braced. He is not armed that you can see, which to a vampire of your age is not a good sign. Usually the ones that don't have weapons don't need them. But hey, maybe it'll work. Celia, however, is going to fire at one of the people firing at Katya. Let's see how that happens. Yeah, I mean, a bullet flies. Nulai, with your heightened senses, are you still looking, or are you ducked behind cover now that violence is happening?
No, I'm just ducked. Yeah.
Okay, so you're not seeing...
Sitting down. Yeah, basically eyes closed, not really... Well, not really eyes closed, but like...
Joanne,
just...
You obviously know now where the bullets are coming from, as does even Celia with her. Not sure if her eyesight is good or bad, but it's really hard to tell. She definitely fires a bullet in the direction of one of the windows, but you don't hear a shout or pain or anything, so it's entirely possible that she whiffed it. Joanne, you want to use Unseen Passage?
Yes.
And Vanish? Okay. That is a rouse check, and no one can be looking at you. Nulai, are you going to make that difficult, or is Joanne going to be able to disappear?
Nah.
Cool. Rouse check though to get you gone.
Oh shit! And this is where everything could go tits up.
3 hunger is survivable. 5 hunger is survivable if uncomfortable. The beast wells up within you, and you know that it is more serious now. Hopefully there's a meal in that house. It would be very nice to have a meal in that house. So as you're thinking this, that you vanish, your clothes and your gun with you as considered part of you. You're not actually gone. What Sense the Unseen does is it plays in the minds of people around you. It's kind of like you become dimmer in a sense. People don't register that you are there. A camera will still know that you are there, but a person, unless they are capable of piercing through those illusions, will not.
I would like to cautiously pursue Katya. Follow
Okay.
up.
You
So I'm not
could
moving,
after-
like jumping up and running straight into battle, but I am like moving around the fountain, watching, trying to pay attention, but going in the same direction she is.
Okay. No bullets are being fired at you. Bullets are still flying through the air. Be careful.
Yes, sir.
Flynn, do you change your plans at all at hearing the gunfire?
No, I would like to trust that the other members of my coterie can take care of themselves. And I don't think I'd be much help just running out to them. I'd be better help getting Flanagan.
Yeah. At some point...
Did she recognize them as the other members, though?
I was going to say, at some point during your trip downwards, you would have heard a simple, "We are here."
Okay.
And you may not know that it was Nulai, Katia, and Joanne that are here.
Fair enough.
But you know that someone who is helping you is here.
I still need Flanagan.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, you can head down those stairs and find your way to the jail cell area, which will take longer now that we're in combat because the moves are going to be very short. So,
Yeah, I'll take the guard with me as well, because I'll convince him to see if I can convince him to come with me, so there's one less person shooting at them.
you've already got him convinced that you are someone to be listened to, so he will follow without issue. Okay, so, Katia. Slamming into the giant braced man. He's not giant, but he's, well-built.
I am the bullet, center of mass. The only way forward is through.
Okay. Is the shotgun just in your arms as you do so? Are you attempting to smack him with it, or just body and everything?
I'm pretty much just trying to plow him right off his feet with my own forward momentum.
Okay, so that will be strength brawl, because you're just using raw physicality with no added spice. There are no modifiers on that. You are less likely to be shot at as you get within range of their friend.
That's encouraging.
At least that's how you feel. I don't know how... You know that you wouldn't if you were one of those guardsmen, unless you really hated the guy. Success is 4. Okay, we're gonna roll for him though. That's a good number, but it doesn't necessarily mean victory. Uh-huh. Okay, apparently does. Cool. He is braced, and when you hit him, you feel that he is a tougher target than a human being of his size and shape should be. However, so are you! And you feel cracking and crunching as the full force of you smacks into him. You do not feel any more than, like, you feel a bit bruised and roughed up by the force blowback, but it's not going to damage you in the strictest mark another notch on your sheet way. But you feel as though you have hurt him. He is going to be falling down now, and you're probably going with him, but you will be able to get yourself up pretty soon, and there is a pretty hefty shotgun between you and him. You're gonna have... Yeah, you'll be able to hit him again before he can do anything, basically. Meanwhile, one of them is dumb enough to try and shoot you again and potentially hit you or their friend. Really? Okay, that goes wide. 2 of them are going to fire towards the car, but they're not... I guess they're aiming at Celia, who's the only other person who popped their head over. She keeps herself safe behind the vehicle, and the shots go wide. One of them hits the car, thuds in. She was right, it can take bullets. Pretty well. No doubt armored. Okay. Celia turns to Nulai, who's the only other person left behind the car. It seems to me we should get closer.
We have an armored vehicle.
Indeed. She maneuvers herself back into the car and is attempting to get into the driver's seat. Are you going to get back in?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if I don't, my cover is gonna be moved away.
Ah, there's always the fountain. Alright. Good.
I'm just picturing Nulai sitting behind the fountain, like holding his knees and rocking, going, "They live without me."
Joanne, you could take the opportunity to sneak through the open doors into the building now, or you could support Katia in her entanglement with the large fellow, but remember that if you act upon an object, which includes firing your gun, your invisibility will go away, and you are probably not suited to being in full view of the gunman at the windows.
I'm not, no. That's what I wanted to ask. So, like, my gun obviously disappears with me, but if I use it...
You are not bullets flying out of thin air.
Okay. At this point, I would want to sneak in then. I'll take that opportunity.
Okay. Well, we're gonna call it a very easy stealth dex, which I know is not your best. That, because of all of the chaos, basically what I want to see is if you do a bestial failure, and if you don't do a bestial failure, you're fine. Even 0 successes means they don't notice you because they don't expect to. So don't worry, but if you get a bestial failure, we do worry. You succeeded with your 1 die, that's fantastic. Which means
Amazing.
you slip past and can get into the building.
Once I'm in the house, can I see, like, is it evident when I enter that there is someone at a window that I can, like, see at first glance kind of thing?
There are 2 in the entrance hall that you are now in. On either side of the doorway, they are 2 of the gunmen. They are both very intently looking out over the field. I imagine that they are expecting people to appear from behind the car. They don't look particularly impressive in the sense that none of them look like obvious vampire monstrosities. They just look like men with rifles. They're not full-on sniper rifles, but they're in, snipe-like positions at a shorter range. They're little,
If I were to, for example...
You could definitely sneak up on one of them. The problem is the second one.
How many bullets do I have? I have like 6 or 7 bullets in the gun, right? Before I'd have to reload. Do I have the luxury of lining up a nice fucking... Just...
You would definitely get the first shot off with absolutely no resistance. Do you have anything in... You don't have anything in celerity. I would say that the shock of someone shooting at them from behind would mean that you would be able to fire the second shot off definitely before that gunman could react. However, if your 2 shots do not result in deaths, you may have a problem. Well, not deaths, but, incapacitation.
No, I don't know if they're vampires or not, right?
It is a bold move, but it may pay off. It would look damn cool if it did.
I'm gonna do it. I might end up biting ankles again, but here we go.
And again, they have guns, but you're a vampire. You can take a decent amount of shots. You're not... Hell, even if they fucking knock you into torpor, you're not dead unless they chop your head off, and you have friends that could prevent that.
Okay, so my aim would be to get it not too far behind them, because, the close range helps, but far enough that I wouldn't have to make too much of a movement to just shoot both of them quickly.
Right, you could put... Tactically, you could probably put yourself near the staircase such that if you need to duck around under that after it goes wrong, if it does, you could do so. I offer that because I don't do... Not to tell you what to do, just because we don't really do maps and such, I will give you those options rather than expect you to... Yeah. It is composure and firearms for both hits. The first one is completely uncontested, with just the fact that he's standing still, rather than give you modifiers, I'll just make the difficulty to hit him in the head very low. Three successes. Yeah, you line it up perfectly. A bullet explodes out of your gun. You see it go straight into the back right temple of this focused guardsman, and the beast inside growls and raises up as you see the blood and brains exploding from the other side, and he just, like that perfect movie surprise headshot, slump, as the other one
and hopefully looks straight down the barrel of my gun that's already aimed at him.
Yeah, because he would have heard your gun fire, so he would turn in that. He'd probably, with his training, he would turn to face you, and you can see that he's readying, but like his rifle was set up in the window. He's going to have to pull that out of the window, rear it around. You have a shot, very definitely. It is going to be slightly harder, but still.
Same
I'm not
roll?
going to tell you the exact difficulty threshold that you need as to whether you passed that first one barely or resolutely. So you'll find out when you roll the next as to what the threshold is. 3 again. Okay. This second fellow, you aim it for the head. And you definitely shoot him. But it does come under thanks to the fact that he's whipping around. You do end up catching him in his chest, which you don't see blood pouring out. You get the impression of maybe armor or something, but the impact of the bullet hurls him backwards. He back slams against the window, and he will be able to collect himself, but you're still there and you can fire at him again.
I absolutely intend to fire at him again.
How fast does your gun fire, I suppose?
It fires quite quickly, this little one, but it's going to be a bitch to reload. So I don't want to empty it on him if I don't have to, but I'm definitely shooting again.
Essentially, if you want to keep shooting without giving him the ability to respond, you'll have to, commit to a number of bullets ahead of time. So, if you're going to shoot once and see if that's enough, then he will have a chance to possibly fire back at you.
I want to double tap.
Okay, 2 more? Okay.
Yeah.
Fire it again. Basically, this is a question of damage here. The more successes you do against their counter roll, whatever it is, whether they're attempting to dodge, block, whatever, implies how badly you've hurt him. That's a success of 2. Roll it again.
Alright.
If you're firing twice more.
I am.
Success 2, success 2. They definitely both slam into him, but neither of them get that unprotected headshot. The guy is... You hear the, cracking of ribs and such. You've definitely heard him quite a lot. And he does not look dead, but he also doesn't exactly look good. I feel like his ability to bring the rifle up and defend himself at this point is definitely gone in the short term. I'm just sort of... I play it as a sort of what makes sense more so than, raw rules here. The game might say, it should be his turn, but I'm like, yeah, he's just been shot 3 times. Body armored or no, his entire middle would be on fire. I reckon Joanne would have enough time to recognize, I still haven't killed him, and shoot again if she wants,
So I just took a quick look at my gun just to make double sure. Standard cartridge capacity is 6+1 in the chamber. So I've used 4. I still have 3 that I could use. I know I'm really bad at fighting, so I kind of want to make sure that he's dead. And I'm going to try and aim once more for the head. And if, well,
Okay.
pray to the gods.
He will be easier to hit in the head now. One more firearms and composure roll.
There. Da, 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 da. Oh, Lord.
Let's just roll how he moves. Your bullet hits him in the middle again. And the frustration just suddenly spikes into anger. And before you realize it, you are lunging at him with fangs. And if the bullets won't go for his head, then the teeth will go for the neck. And you will be spending a little bit of time drinking from that fellow. So have fun with that. Flynn, you have gotten downstairs at this point, and you have arrived at the little jail area. Now, the guardsman that you brought with you, Flanagan looks at you and says, "I'm hearing fucking shooting, what the fuck is fuck? He's sounding a bit like you did when you got unstaked. The guard is not making moves to open the door. If you ask him, he's like, I don't have the key, the doctor has the key.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Agatha is scared, Flanagan is swearing, there is a locked jail door.
Is there a spare key? I'm asking him. It's imperative he gets out now for my mission to be complete.
You'd need the doctor? I'm just...
Can you shoot the lock? Oh, if he goes to do this, I'll put myself in front of Agatha.
You're gonna press on that persuasion again. This is a bit, breaking his boss's property is a bit much, Nathaniel or no. So
yeah.
Do the persuade roll again, and you might be able to get him to do that.
With the +2 as well, or
Your or stays on.
just check.
Three. Nope. He does not summon his backbone in this moment. Fine. Does that, point blank range. Fire, not too much of an issue. Lock goes wide. Stand in front of Agatha. She, most of the gunshots are getting that sort of reaction from her. She's not used to this sort of thing.
Sorry.
Flanagan.
Flynn has something to say to Flanagan.
Okay.
It's I was wrong. They were right the whole time, and and without the guard seeing, like I do it when he's shooting the lock, I just winked at him.
Right. Cool. Crazy now. Excellent. Fills me with confidence. He's looking at you very carefully, and you know that he saw you wink, but he is reacting to what you said.
Yeah. Is the locks like the guy? Okay, is the guy in front of me?
The door is going to be able to slide open. Yes, the dude is in front of you.
Okay, can I launch myself at him and try and drain him dry?
Christ. Okay, we're doing that now.
Yep.
How dry?
Dead.
Look forward to the show, Agatha. Okay. This is not difficult because you have already gotten him sort of lulled twice with your awe and with your persuasion. However, there is a very small chance that he will be able to throw you off, so this would be Dex Brawl. Well, it could be Strength Brawl, but it's the same dice for you. You have the same skill in both, so I don't need to make that distinction. It is one of the Fizz stats in Brawl.
And no modifier, right?
No, I'll subtract from his dice because you're surprising him, but a bite attack. It's not so much the grabbing as it is the getting your fangs onto his neck, which he may be able to deal with. Ooh. Let's see. Your fangs miss contact with his neck as he, with a of surprise, he shoves you around. You feel an elbow smack against your chest, and you are thrown away from him to re-grapple, I suppose. You're not winded or stunned or anything, but he does get the chance to turn around, and his gun is a pistol. The rifle that he was using stayed with the window. Mm-hmm. But he has it, and it's at close point-blank range, and he is going to just fire it at your gut, pretty much, as you are taking whatever next move you are taking.
Okay, my next move is to just say, little help, Flanagan, and launch myself again at him.
Okay. You are not going to attempt to dodge a bullet?
No, because if I dodge it, Agatha might get hit because I'm standing in front of her.
Okay. Well, you might be able to strength and brawl your way past his ability to shoot if you beat him a lot, but more likely both things will happen. I will roll for his fire, and then I will get you to make the same roll that you did before.
Okay. Just let me know when to do it.
You can do it now. Yeah, he is too busy focusing on shooting you to stop you from being able to slam into him. Flanagan at this point has slid the door open, but he told you he's not a fighter, he's a lover. He doesn't look like he's about to try and grapple with that. A bullet slams into Flynn's chest at close point-blank range, and it is quite bad for the range and for the sheer force of power. Like, the guns, blast. Like, you'll be getting powder burns on your stomach from that. So you do take 3 superficial wounds there.
Mm-hmm.
But as he was focused on that, you are able to sink your fangs into his neck, which does stop him from acting further, as you are able to lose yourself to the drink. And it's not instant. You're exsanguinating the guy. Agatha is
I want her to see.
not a reaction that you are too bothered to notice at the moment. You hear her react a little, but you're focused. In the back of your mind, you may hear Flanagan say, "Right, yes, snack when we're in mortal fucking danger, great." But you're not focused on that either, and your hunger will be completely satiated by the end of this process as we turn away from Flynn for now. Nula, you're in the car, hunkered down. Katia, you're brawling with the big fella. Katia, you continue to do that brawl as Celia basically at this point goes for broke and drives the car into the other side room, the one that supposedly still has a gunman. What's going to happen there is that the car, the windows are fairly large and open, so the car is going to crash into that room. It will miss the gunman, unfortunately, who will be shocked and will be backed up, raising the rifle. And Nula, you can see him through the glass of the window.
So I can.
Do you just hide within the car as he begins to shoot the car? Do you take any...
Yeah, I'm just hiding.
Okay, that's fine. Katya, you're not done with the man guarding the door. You will need to disable him in some way. You have a shotgun. It will be difficult to maneuver that for a fire, but that's one option. You could also just use brute force of smacking him with it, or with your fists, or whatever. But you've got a bit more reaction time than him because he got hit, whereas you did the hitting.
I think my suspicion is he's probably one of us. Probably not your baseline human. Probably needs to be taken out as quickly as possible. So I'll see if I can get a headshot while he's in disarray on the ground.
It is an uncomfortable yet viable option of decapitation to apply a point-blank shotgun blast to the brain. That is one method of making a vampire not be able to do anything at all. However, it has to be a really well-fired shot. You can destroy a lot of the head without destroying the vampire. You can destroy a lot of a vampire without destroying the vampire. So it will be firearms and composure, but we will let your successes decide whether you have ashed him or merely caused him a lot of pain. Unlikely to be the former. Okay, you pull the shotgun up as he struggles with you, and you don't manage to get it aimed at his head, which, just because of his reaction time, but you find yourself needing to hit the fire button because his arms are starting to come up, so you solidly blast him through the middle, which definitely has an impact. He is still gonna grasp, though. Let's see if he manages to do what he wants. He's a tough bugger, so he's not as stunned. Yeah, alright, so he is... able to, as you focus on shooting him, shove against you, and as much as your shot lands, it also comes with you getting hoisted off of him at the same time. He looks to be rearing up a fist to slam down towards your head. Certainly, there are vampires strong enough to have fists as potent as a shotgun blast. Don't know if he's one of them. So you would be able to shoot at him again as he does that. He does not look to be trying to dodge you. He just looks to be trying to... It's basically a tank fight.
I'll take the shot.
Okay.
Same roll?
Yep. Are you going for the safe aiming at the middle or aiming at the head? Because at this time, he's made a bit of distance, so if you aim for the head and miss, you might miss completely.
I'll just go for any shot I can take then.
Okay. Two again, that's not a lot. But he is also not aiming to avoid getting hit, so basically you'd have to fail completely to miss him at this range with him not making a dodge attempt, but rather a counter. At the same time, you're not trying to avoid his, so yeah, you blast him again as his fist connects. And so, yeah, it's not dissimilar to the bullet that struck you before. It's another 2 hit to your health tracker, which I'll put there, which puts you in not the greatest of shape. But the damage here is still superficial. It's still a fist. It's not a magical claw or anything. It's a really bell-ringing fist, but it is actually... Yeah, no, I got it right. It's 2. So it's not that bell-ringing of a fist, probably because you hit him with a shotgun at the same time. He gets blasted away from you a little bit, and he does not look like he's done. But you definitely feel like you're hurting him more than he's hurting you.
It asked for more than that.
That's probably what's going on while Joanne is disabling the 2 inside. So, I think... Where did we leave it? You had 3 more bullets left and the guy was alive. But not well.
Yep, and then didn't I munch him?
Yes, that's right. You bestial failed and you started eating him. Okay, yeah, you're not going to stop, actually. Much like Flynn, who did so willingly, you two are draining your hunger away to satiation. Congratulations, we finally started eating people again. Go team!
I was like, yay! Finally somebody got hated. And this time it was me, and I wasn't just but hey, I did say I might end up biting ankles. It's not an ankle, but it's something, and I'm very proud of myself.
As the life drains completely out of this guardsman, you feel full for, I believe, the first time since you were human, because you have never killed anyone before. And the realization that you just killed the other guy with your gun, but the realization that you have done that hits you in a way that, well, you'll have to tell me about, because Joanne's moral compass is Joanne's to decide. But I don't believe it necessarily violates any moral principles here, given this was an active combatant enemy. You might not be happy that you resorted to baser instincts rather than resulting on your tried and true weapon, but your intention was always to kill this person. So the fact that you have done so in this way...
It would definitely feel weird though.
The calm
because there would be...
of not being hungry, the calm of the beast just being silent for once is really nice.
It's very nice, but also at the same time, that like curiosity of, oh, is this what that feels like? And wanting to analyze all of that, but also, is Katya okay? Where the fuck is Nulo? What happened to the car? And aren't we here to find Flynn and like all of the like?
Yeah, at that point you realize that there was a really loud noise in a room to your right while you were drinking. Katya, you are way too busy to have noticed it, but Joanne, yeah, there was a really loud noise and a crashing sound while you were drinking, and perhaps you would like to see what that was about.
I would indeed. If I can assess it, if I can see Katya's okay for now, then I want to go in.
You look and you see Katya struggling with the big guy and firing a shotgun into him, and you're not sure. She's certainly not... At this point... Both combatants are still on the ground. The shotgun blast has pushed the dude away a bit, and he looks battered and bleeding, and he has holes in him, but he also still looks like he's about to get up and keep fighting. So no, you wouldn't say Katya's fight is done. Katya, do you stay grounded, or do you get up while he's getting up? After you unmute.
I'd rather be on my feet.
Okay, so you both allow each other to get to your feet there as Joanne steps in to look at what's going on. Is Nulai still not taking part? Okay. There is a man attempting to fire into the vehicle And when he realizes that that's not happening and that no one is getting out of the vehicle, he puts his gun right up to the window and he says, "Why don't you just come out with your hands up?" Which is strange because the bullets really aren't getting into the car, but you know, it's the dude's next best idea, I suppose. You can hear him. Slightly muffled from being in the armored car, but still. And it doesn't look like an armored car, it's just a, you know, it's one of those fancy rich person cars that doesn't need to look armored to be armored.
I'm envisioning an attack Cadillac.
I'm getting an idea.
It rhymes and it's so cool.
Celia is looking at the line.
I'm gonna look back into him. Would he be able to see me? Like, I'm assuming the windows are slightly tinted or something.
He's close enough that he might be able to make you out, yeah.
I want to look him into the eyes and say, why don't you just forget that we crashed in?
No rouse check for that. He is immortal. He's immortal with a decent amount of supernatural knowledge. So let me just roll something in the background. Nope. If he had have done well, I would have asked you to sort of roll on him, but he didn't, so he takes a step back. His mind goes fuzzy and he says, "What? How did this get in here? Are you okay?" Knock, 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 knock.
Do what you want. I've done my part.
What?
I'm
Are
saying
you-
that the silly...
He's just sort of knocking at the two of you and be like, what happened? What, are you okay? And Celia shakes her head. "There's been a terrible accident. Perhaps you should fetch help, sir." What? Okay. He turns and runs into the entrance hall, where he finds Joanne and some dead people. Which is probably not good. Joanne, you hear the sounds of this fellow entering. You turn and look. He takes in the sight. He looks a bit befuddled. Because, you know, something strange has happened to him. But he does point his gun at you. But he doesn't shoot. He says, "Well, what's happened here? Did you do this?"
And I would, seeing that he's confused, I'd be like, "No, oh my god, I just found him like this. What is happening?" Can I use my my orb?
You can absolutely turn that on, yeah. And possibly him, depending.
Let's go.
Okay, so meanwhile, Katia is shooting people, which is rather close to where this guy is. Katia, you and the large fellow have gotten to their feet, and now he looks like he's coming in to close in on you again with a haymaker versus a shotgun. This man does not seem to be super smart, but hey, maybe he just has a lot of faith in his tankiness. You will get another chance to... Well, I suppose the question is how many... If you fired twice,
Yeah.
is it a 2-ammo shotgun, or is it a combat shotgun with more?
Well, I'm not a shotgun expert. I presume Katya would go for the top of the line, but at this point I'm really thinking if I have the means to draw a knife, I'm kind of... He's not going down fast enough. I need to make this more personal.
My video game
If I have
shotgun
leeway to do this.
lessons have taught me that there are two types. There's the sawn-off, which is fire, reload fast, and there's the ones that can fire, like, I don't know, 6-8 times something, or a bit more, and then reload longer afterwards. So you probably have one with more shots, but it doesn't matter. The point is, yeah, you could draw your, what was it? Knife, machete?
Good old knife. Nothing beats knife.
It's not a rock. It's a rock lobster. You can pull that out, and what sort of attack are you going for here? Where are you hitting him, and what are you trying to do? Stab, slash?
Well, let's try to open up as much of him as we can, which I guess means slash.
Okay, so right through. Good. That would be strength and melee this time. And given it is 2 attempts at melee combat, I will say that, yeah, opposed roll with the winner being able to land their attack and the loser not, because you're both quite ready here.
Mm-hmm.
Bit different from how we were doing it before. Okay. And why did I get rid of that? I need that. There we are. You would have... Jesus. You had how many dice? You had 7 dice, you succeeded on 5. He had 8 dice, he succeeded on 2. So, margin of success 3 there. Which means you duck, basically, under his swinging fist as your knife slices just entirely through his torso, and in addition to the shotgun holes, there is now a giant gaping wound, and as you feel the knife go through, you do notice that you don't, and it doesn't surprise you at all, you could figure it out by now, but especially when you shot him twice and he kept moving, you do not see feel the resistances of ribcage and vital organs and all of that. You feel more the liquefied, atrophied insides of a vampire. Y'all are really weird underneath the skin. There's kind of nothing left except blood and the vague remnants of bits. Like the heart's there, but it's an old withered thing. It's all old and withered, and usually a vampire body, easier to cut through, doesn't hurt them as much. But that hurt him a bit. He is still going. He's not falling down dead, but yeah, you completely got him there, and he is heaving and grabbing his opened self, and you can probably go for him again while he's in that stunned state. Although I think...
That's the plan, if it's an option.
Yeah. You can have another slice at him after we look at Flynn. Mm-hmm. Flynn, similar to Joanne, you have drained someone dry.
I'm okay with this.
Yes. Mostly.
Mostly.
You certainly have no qualms about killing him.
No. I think I'd rationalize the lack of consent from him in that my intent was not a drink, it was not to feed, it was to kill.
Okay.
That was how I would rationalize that. Whether that's right or not, that's just how I'm rationalizing it to myself.
It's a decent enough argument. If your humanity was higher, I would probably stain you. But given that it's low, that to me suggests that you would find it easier to rationalize. So in a sort of paradoxic sort of way, because you have less of it to lose, I feel like it shouldn't be as threatened right now. If he was not an enemy, you would be in trouble.
Yeah.
But you have many reasons to be full of
blood,
rightful vengeance and hate, but you're feeling even calmer now as you feel full for the second time since you arrived in Shadeport, and for all the chaos and misery, it is nice. Flanagan looks up and down. So, points at the quivering mortal. Not much of a rule follower, eh?
Flynn's not sure what to say. Flynn, in fact, doesn't acknowledge that at all.
My dear, he turns to face Agatha. Not sure what brought you here, but we'll do our best to get you out safely, and, you don't seem to be running away from us in fear, so I promise you she's normally much nicer than this. Agatha just sort of... I know her quite well, actually. Oh! Worse than I thought. Fantastic. Well, none of my fucking business. Let's go.
Flynn looks at Agatha and just says, I warned you what it was like, and offers a hand.
Agatha takes your hand. She is shaking and quivering.
Flynn's hand.
Just the severed hand. Here, eat this. It'll make you feel better. Agatha is shaking, but she, takes a deep breath, and you get the impression that she's very much in shock. You're not sure. You're not sure what this is going to have upon her, but you reckon you'll find out once the smoke has cleared and the danger is gone, and she can calm down and think about it all. But she is not repulsed by you, which in a way worries you.
In a way, it worries me, but in a way, I'm also happy about that.
Yeah. She takes her hand.
Oh.
She sort of points at the blood-stained mouth and is like... She makes a wiping notion that you recognize.
You missed a bit.
She's sort of doing it sort of like she's not doing it to be funny. She's literally just doing it out of trying to maybe find a shield in some mundane, because it's the sort of thing that she's done to you before. If you've had a hair out of place or something, it's she's not the type to just do the mother thing where you just but she'll point it out and be like, dear, this it's one of the things I like about her.
Yeah. Is there something around that I can wipe it off? If not, I'll just use my t-shirt.
Yeah, just use your
Yeah.
There are no courtesy napkins in the jail cell.
It's that or using the t-shirt of the other guy, and I don't think that's going to go down well. The worst thing you've done. No, it is not. I'm going to turn to Flanagan and say, look, your discretion would be appreciated. Out of everybody in Shadeport, except for clearly those that took her, you are the only one who knows the truth. Can I rely on both your discretion and perhaps ask the favor of getting her safely home?
He looks at you and looks at her. Said it was none of my business. If you mean you would rather it look as though your relationship with her is not as it appears to be once we reach other company, I mean, you're the Kami, not me.
I feel like I'm less and less Kami every day.
I've got no bloody reason to cause any trouble. Besides, you would rip my fucking head off, so let's not.
I'll thank him. I suppose move to the door.
You hear him, but he didn't say it to be heard. Yeah, y'all can head back up to the study. Is anybody worried about what hasn't been seen yet? Yeah. Well, you're not seeing him yet. You can move up to that. Katya, you're going for another slice in on that guy. Nula, you're just in the damn car. And Joanne, there is another man who is getting the works from you in terms of the ore treatment. I guess basically a quick manipulation subterfuge roll plus your presence to see whether he thinks that you're actually innocent or not. He is confused about his situation, so maybe. And then we'll have Katia fighting at the same time, but ooh. You put on your level best. Why is there only 5 dice? Actually, what did you use?
It was subterfuge, manipulation, right?
Right, you have ore, so you should add your presence. So you should get 1 more.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Just rather than do that, I'm just gonna roll 1 extra dice of nothing to see if it's. Oh, it didn't work. Here we are. Well, that doesn't add to your successes anyway. He looks confused for a moment, he shakes his head, but then he looks at you, the fact that you have a gun in your hand, and he raises his own and he says, "Now how about you drop that first?"
Crap.
You can react to that, but Katia is still fighting. So, Katia, going for another strength melee. Dive in and slice him and try not to get hit by his attack, which may or may not happen. He's reacting to
Is an
the
attack
stance.
roll? Would this be something I could, do the blood surge?
You can you can use your blood surge on your attributes, which means you can add 2 to your strength. Yes. You have to rouse
Okay.
check.
Mm-hmm.
The beast
So far, so good.
is polite today.
So let's see if we can finish him off.
Strength and roll with a lot of dice. Okay. Gonna go for the head, go for the body.
He's pretty messed up. Let's see if let's just keep going for what worked last time, I guess.
Okay. But you have a lot of dice, so he got a decent shot. Melee 3, strength 4 plus. Wow!
Well, it had to happen eventually.
That is.
I got too lucky for too long.
Staggeringly rude of the dice. Okay.
You could reroll.
Yeah, willpower reroll, that's true. You could add 3 there.
I'll give it a shot. So is it just
I will mark your
is
willpower.
it just a willpower reroll button?
Yes, that will then ask you how many dice. You can use all 3. Up to 2. Okay. As an opposed check? You're fucking kidding me. Okay, well, with 2 successes to his fucking 1, and again, he's rolling 8 dice himself, which is more than you have when you're not surging and less than you do when you are. Okay. You don't, you pull in, he sort of grapples for you with his fists again. He does not connect. You do, but it's not a big hit. You manage to sort of just cut him a little on the side as you duck and weave, and he is not too affected from what you can tell, but he growls. He's still looking pretty bad, but gonna need more than that. Joanne, you've been ordered to put your gun down. He is ready to fire at you. You are not necessarily ready to fire at him. Nulaya, you are in a car, and you can probably hear that that's happening. Celia has gotten out of the car.
I think at this point, pointing it out to Celia would be nice. Like, sounds like he got something else than help. I think we should go check it out.
Yeah, Celia's getting out of the car at that point with her pistol.
I would put my hands up and I'd be like, whoa, I'm just here checking things out like you are.
drop the gun, do you? Or you have the hands up with a gun in one of them?
Yeah, I'm just like... But I don't want to fire, so... You know how they always do that in the movies? They're like, you know, holding it with their hands like this. They're just like...
My friends have been shot and you have a gun, bitch. He looks angry.
Oh, I don't know about shot. That guy looks like he got pretty messed up by something.
To be fair, he was shot a lot first. You guys, obviously, because that's a verbal one, we'll move to Katia and give another round there, because her rounds are a lot quicker. At this point, Team Flynn is... it takes a bit to walk along the corridors down underground, so you'll be heading towards the staircase. But you'll be with the rest of the group very shortly. Okay, Katia, another trip. Because you didn't hurt him that much this time, though, he is regained his equilibrium and is going for a serious haymaker there again. So you can blood surge again for another rouse check. Nothing says you there's not an upper limit on that, but it only works for one roll.
You better believe I'm going to.
All right, rouse that blood. Hunger.
I'm hungry.
Seeps up to 2.
Now, does that mean that there's no bonus, or is it bonus still?
The bonus still
with
happens.
The hunger gain?
The bonus still happens. All the hunger gain means is that you are looking at this dude who is bleeding from several positions, and you're like, it's been a while since you've had vampire blood. That's the good shit. Dangerous! Drink from someone too many times and you are bonded to them, but... oh, it's so good.
Not if they don't get up again.
Mm-hmm. With your blood surge, get that strength melee. Oh, dear. That is a 6 success, messy critical. Let me just double check the exact... Here we are. No, here we're not. Here we are. At first it's fine. He swings his arm at you. You go in again, straight to the body with the knife. Drive the knife in, deep. He screams, his arm loses its force, and he's not going to hit you, but then you feel a hitch. And there are hitches in the vampire body, not as many. The bones are still there, they're just a little different, and his are pretty tough anyhow. And it annoys you. It annoys you that your momentum has been stopped, because, I mean, for fuck's sake, you've been doing this dance for a while now with this guy, and this felt like a really good hit. Oh no, we're not eating someone. You find that your hands aren't on the knife anymore. Oh no, they are. You give up on that wonderful slice you had. You pull the knife out of his body from where it had stabbed in. And with him in his awful state, stunned from it, you lift the knife up, and you drive it straight through his neck. You twist it with a grunt. And you effectively, with all of your vampire strength, which, despite not being enhanced by potence, is still pretty damn good, rip his goddamn head off. And as you do so, the blood flies up and in what is not your proudest moment, you do the best you damn can to catch as much of it in your throat as possible.
There is not a high watermark for dignity.
No. It's not a drink. It definitely won't solve your hunger, but it's a sip of victory. And as the head flies in 2 pieces, fucking underworld Victor style, it slowly turns to ash, as does the body beneath you. Not the blood that has been spilled, but the blood that remains within him turns as well. You feel victorious, but you don't feel dignified. Okay. Joanne, you've got your hands up, and you're arguing with this guy. He looks like he's about to pull the trigger, but as he does so, you see behind him Celia moving forward with her gun drawn, looking like she's almost ready. And if you can just keep this guy's attention a bit longer without getting full of bullets, maybe the problem will be taken care of.
I would be like, yeah, that's not bullets. That's I don't know. I mean, I was checking it out when you got here. Maybe you should check it out too. And then I like slowly go to put the gun down.
Okay.
So that he looks like I'm cooperating.
We'll say you're trying to distract him. So we'll say manipulation subterfuge still as your just keeping his eyes on you and trying to prevent him from thinking he should just fill you full of lead.
And I still have that +1 for
yes.
all, right?
Yeah. 3 is not bad. Let me just check. Yep. Okay. He hesitates. He's like, yeah, Jesus, what the hell happened to... You alright?
This close.
Well. Katia, at this point, you can probably enter the building. You are drenched in blood and looking like a victorious soldier, but that's precisely what you are. And Ulai, I suppose, would be following in?
Yeah, just casually, hands in pockets, walking in. So I'm seeing both Katya and Joanne, and I'm seeing that they have, some blood on their necks, or a little bit drooling.
That all 5 have been taken care of, and at this point in the rescue mission, y'all can hear movement in that study, as which is not the room that the car crashed into, it's the other side room. As Flynn's gang appear, carefully, with the shooting having stopped, y'all can't see each other just yet, though. More company.
I will keep both Flanagan and Agatha behind me. Because I don't know who it is.
Yeah. Do you keep forward? Just going to...
Yeah.
Or do you wait? Okay. Well, Flynn will come into view.
I'll breathe a huge sigh of relief. Oh, thank God. Flynn! How can you scare us like that?
Fancy seeing you here.
I see you two have dined upon the generous buffet.
Can I see where the cars crashed into the building?
Yeah, you can probably If you look to the direction that Nulai and Celia came from, you'll probably see the signs of a wrecked room and maybe the corner of a car.
I was like, I see you've been redecorating.
Amongst other things.
Would now be a good time to leave?
No.
Where's the doctor?
No?
Stop. Do you see it?
What am I meant to be seeing?
Everybody roll awareness and wits.
Do I get a bonus because I still have heightened senses on?
Oh yeah.
I assume +1.
Oh god.
+1, I assume.
Yes.
Looks
The
like
rest
I'm
of you
still- I'm
see
gonna be
nothing.
pink mud.
Nulai, the room is filled with a film of mist. It is... You are able to step outside of it because you are close to the edges of it. But it is a very slight change in the air, and it is surrounding everybody. That is a messy critical, but it doesn't really suit just the act of knowing something, so I'm going to disregard that. There's not a lot I could say to say, oh, you really, really super know the mist is there, but you absolutely know it's there, and you have... What I will say is that you have enough reaction time to get out of it. Or to shout about
I
it.
won't have it. I recommend everybody get out of the room.
You say that as you...
As I step back, yeah.
Okay.
I will look to
Again, I
Cecilia.
guess you could shorten it.
Everybody else... As he says that, he does not mention what it is. Rolls. Let's see. What would be this? This would be stamina, I think. This is just sort of a... You're not really acting here, but everyone except for Nulai should roll stamina along with... God, I do not know. Basically, I'm just giving you a chance to resist something. Something... physical.
Streetwise?
Survival.
Yeah, it's like survival or streetwise sounds that almost like... But what you're doing here doesn't really rely on a skill at all.
Occult?
Let's just...
I mean...
everybody roll it with something that you have 2 dice. Let's just make that a baseline.
Alright.
And the 2 dice just represents... Basically, I'm not to put too fine a point on it, but essentially, if the rulebook details powers up to level 5. If the storyteller decides that a vampire has capabilities beyond that, they invent what they can do. So the game does not give me a good way to run this, but has
That's
everybody
not
done
a
it?
worrisome comment at all.
Yeah, successes 2, successes 2, successes 3. Okay. You are choking. There is something in your throat and in your lungs and in your nose, and all of a sudden it is harder than it was before, and it does not want you... Well... It would not want you to breathe if you were mortal. But as a vampire instead, it's just kind of grabbing you in those parts. It's kind of like when the Vision, or who's the one in DC that can do it? The Martian Manhunter. The people who can like grab their arm and put them inside a person and then solidify it a little. That wonderful, horrible superhero talent. You don't have to be a breather in order to have that feeling happen to you, but the closest I can really describe it as is that it's kind of like a choking of mist having
Like a swelling up.
entered through your orifices. You don't have to breathe it in if the mist is pushing itself inside while you're talking and walking around. Nulai, you are not affected by this. Now, who succeeded? Okay, Katya had 1 extra point of success, the others didn't. This rips through you. Katya, you take another 2 superficial damage from the pain of this. Flynn and Joanne take 3 each.
What happens if I have no health left?
You have health left, you have no superficial health
gotcha.
left, which means everything that happens to you from now on will be aggravated damage. I think it does something, does it, like, impaired? No, that's stains. I don't believe there's a problem with running out of superficial damage to take, other than the fact that any more superficial damage will aggravate you. But yeah.
To be fair, I am pretty aggravated right now.
Joanne, did you apply those 3, or were those 3 already there?
I did apply them.
Good. That means you are okay. So yeah. You notice that Flanagan, too, is... We come to the question of the mortals. Agatha would have come out into the main room with you, wouldn't she?
Yeah, no, I was keeping them behind me.
Oh, you keep both of them behind you? Like, as in the other room?
Yeah, like I'd only just sort of half stepped through the door.
He did say she was going first.
That's true. I will say that Flanagan probably would have come with you, but Agatha wouldn't have, just because she will listen to you better. And also because it's not necessarily a matter of the field of his mist ends at the doors so much. Like, Nulai, you stepped back into the other room, but you stepped back further than that. Like, you know, he's as big as he is, really. So I will say that Agatha is the only one spared. Then there's Celia. She does not appear to be choking. The 3 of you are paralyzed by this, but Nulai can act.
Well, I don't know what is there to act.
Mm.
Can I start dragging people out of the room?
From where you have come from, the closest person that was in the room to you is Celia. She does not appear to need it, but she is also on the margin of where the mist is anyway. For now. Actually, she takes a step forward, never mind.
I can ask her, so what now?
She's not paying any attention to you. She's walking towards Katya. Flynn.
Mm-hmm.
You hear from the same place as before, but you can tell that she's in the room as she's doing it. This does not affect you. I'm going to ask you very seriously and very clearly. Do you believe her?
Yes.
You're going to roll your willpower anyway because you can feel it. Just a willpower check.
I've seen what she can do, so I've no reason not to believe her either. I don't have the animosity that the others do towards her.
Mm-hmm. But you can still feel it entering your body and hurting you, and that is difficult to deny. So, hit the willpower button.
Oh, sorry. No modifiers?
No, but you don't have to succeed too well. You have faith. And in that moment, it is gone, and you are free. But you know the mist is in the room now. It is all around you, but it is not in you.
Okay.
You are very, very, very injured at this point, and you know that further damage will hurt you. But you are free to move. The problem is there is no target.
There might not be a target to attack, but there is a target to protect.
Mm-hmm. Nulai, you will probably get to move while Flynn is still recovering from this, so do you attempt to grab someone and pull them out of it?
No, I got another plan.
Okay, good.
So I mentioned earlier that I walked into the room with hands in my pockets.
Yes.
Now within those pockets, I have a very trustworthy lighter. I pull it out. And with somewhat of a false belief from previous dream experiences, Nulai points it towards the mist and tries his best to light it up. You know, full blast.
Just out in the mist. Do you enter the mist yourself, or just like a...
I put a hand in, like an arm into the mist, like maybe 2 arms.
You don't feel any problem with your arms.
Yeah.
Well, it is not a feat of skill or ability to hit the on a lighter. As you hit the lighter, within the field of the mist, you hear a distinct, echoey... "Ah!" And the mist, it like contracts and blows, and you see it receding from the area that you're in. Now let's think about where everybody would be standing. Joanne, it was in the direction of Nulai and Celia that you had the issue with the fellow, and you moved towards that. So I will say that yes, the mist pulls out from where it would have been affecting you, and you find the blockage inside of you releases. You are no longer held. Katya is now the only one who is held. And Flanagan, but... Flynn and Joanne, you would be... well, Joanne's going to need a second to gather, so yeah, Flynn, you have your freedom, but there's not a great amount to do. At this point, Flynn is approaching the paralyzed... Sorry, not Flynn. Celia is approaching the paralyzed Katya. Where's the gun?
Where everyone normally keeps a gun.
Okay, so it's visible and could perhaps be grabbed.
Somewhere easily accessed.
Okay. Celia appears to be going for that gun, but Flynn, do what you would do.
Flynn was looking like she's going to see if he could pull Joanne into the safety of the other room.
Right. That would not be difficult. Presuming Joanne does not resist you.
I thought she was paralyzed.
Joanne just got released.
Oh, never mind then.
By Nulai's shenanigans, but I mean,
Ridiculous.
Yeah, if I don't know that, I'll still try and pull her into the other room.
But you'll, as you get to her, you'll see that she seems to be available. and you could feel the mist recedes. Probably once you reach her, you'll be like, oh, do I need to do this? But
Yeah.
the impulse would still take your action there.
Yep.
So
I would follow Flynn anyway, just like to get a breather, because what the fuck is going on?
okay.
Catch my awareness and see what's happening.
As Celia reaches Katya and goes to grab the pistol, Nulai, I assume you're still holding the lighter up. The mist continues to move, and it looks to be swirling towards where Flynn and Joanne are. And you get the impression that it's going to be upon them both very soon. Nulai, you can see that. Joanne and Flynn, you can see that. You guys can kind of hear it too. It's weird.
I mean, if it's like receding, towards a location, I gradually like push towards it myself.
So you head towards Flynn and Joanne with the lighter to try and ward off the mist's attempt to re-grab
Slowly,
them?
Yeah,
Okay.
like not exactly rushing, running with lighters.
Flynn has a lighter.
And you can probably see Nulai doing that.
Yeah.
Okay. Flynn pull out a lighter, and the two of them are just like, yeah, get away. Well, the focus that you guys are having towards that area, not towards the center where Katya is, it, distracts him enough as all of a sudden Celia grabs that gun and towards the most open space she can find in this entrance hall pulls the trigger, and now I have to ask. Flynn, you don't know anything. Nulai, Katya, Joanne, the statement was made that this gun shoots fire. Does anybody think it won't?
No, I truly believe in it.
Then the gun shoots fire. You hear the echoing scream again, but it is not a huge building engulfing blaze. But her best attempts to try and prevent it from hitting flammable stuff, the room is not big enough for that, as the staircase does catch it, which will be a problem soon. Now, the appearance of that much fire is not awesome, and does require a fear frenzy check in whoever the hell is watching it, which is all of you. So let's just do that first to see who has to run outside really fast and be useless. Katya, you do find that you are freed from the grab as Celia does this.
What's the input, the difficult value on the...
Sorry to make the NPC do this, by the way, but like I can't think of any reason why she wouldn't, and also y'all got caught.
Yeah.
Is it just the frenzy button?
Yeah, it is the frenzy button. Modifiers, I would argue that Nulai is actually, through his faith and his experiences, has a layer of mental protection against being scared of fire at this point, so I would give you an extra 2 dice on this roll, but you still have to make it.
Ellie.
I think
And
it
what's
asks
the
for a
difficulty?
difficulty for some reason.
Yeah.
Okay. The difficulty is just going to be 3 because it is not a huge stream, it is not directed at you, and while the stairs being on fire is bad, you'll feel like you can get out.
Call that one.
Yeesh. Joanne and Flynn, you do not feel problems here. Nulai, as beautiful as it is, you feel like it's going to kill you. Katya, yeah, as
I've done
as you see that blaze ignite, Katya and Nulai are effectively both incapable of any action other than exiting the building. It won't last super long, because once you are outside, you will feel safer.
Shouldn't Nulai be running into that fire? He's already done it before.
No, because it's a survival instinct. You can't. If the sort of frenzy that would make you run into the fire would be like fucking fury, where you just want to kill the fire, or hunger because you think you can eat it. Fear is always run away. So Nulai and Katia are out. She stops the stream. She's got no interest in breaking the building. She just wants to stop Mistman, and he does indeed, from this blast, opt to coalesce into the form of a burnt and smoking and very upset-looking doctor.
Can we burn him
Just
again?
let me know when I'm free from my fear so I can do a movie quote.
Okay.
Nulai's movie quote.
Let me roll for him, actually. He'd have a minus. Yeah. He looks just as scared as Nulai and Katia. Unless one of you two stop him, he'll be bolting for the door too.
Can I shoot him?
Do you have a gun?
I do have my gun still.
Then you can shoot whoever you want.
Dun, 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 dun. I see his stupid face, and now I'm very annoyed and pissed off, and like, you were in my, like, without consent? What? Please. Fuck you up. Okay. And then I shoot him. Please let it work.
Okay, well, he is running away, and he's badly hurt. So he's not dodging. He is literally running from you. Are you aiming for his head or his body? Should have asked before you rolled.
I mean, I just would have probably aimed at the general shape. I wouldn't have
Yeah, okay.
particularly been aiming for anything.
Your bullet slams into him, and it knocks him down. Doesn't knock him out, but it knocks him down. And he appears to be looking to get up and to keep running. Are you just firing once? Because he is giving you no resistance. You could empty the last two into him if you wanted.
I was just gonna say, I have two more. I'm gonna empty the clip.
Okay.
Because this fucker has given us so much trouble. I'm actually quite done with him.
Okay.
Oh my god, wrong thing. There we go.
Also, I'm really proud of my missed attack.
Which was very terrifying.
But it was a terrible pun.
Hey, he didn't miss anybody. Except for the Nulai, but, you know. I suppose Celia, but, you know, who knows why that worked. So that's bullet 2. Bullet 3.
Dun 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 da da.
Okay. Second one fires into him as he's trying to get back up and he stumbles down again. Third one fires into him and he hits the ground and stops moving. He does not turn to ash, but he stops moving. He's at this point would probably be in the doorway. Celia looks around. Great shot, but we need to leave this building now.
I would also be like, hold on, just 1 second.
The fire
Where's
builds.
Juliet?
I came here to save her.
Flynn will just say,
I'm not talking.
Nula and Katia have left the building and are probably like... Well, there's no car to run to. You'll be running for a little while, and then your senses will feel safe, and you'll be able to stop. You're not really thinking about it. You're probably going to reach like the broken gates or something, and it'll be like, oh, okay, I'm good, and then you'll fall back in. So you two are just not in it right now. Sorry.
Not even jumping into the fountain. Water protects you against fire.
That's true. You could jump into the fountain.
Kelly!
Katia, you could also do that unless you just want to run.
I need a bath anyway.
Okay, you two jump into the fountain and splash, and that gives you calm, but not yet. Flynn.
Flynn's just going
Go
to turn to Joe and say, I didn't see her here. I
But
saw
I know
Flanagan.
she's here.
You know she's here.
Yes.
You don't.
How do you know she's here?
Well, the last vision, she was here.
What vision?
I saw bars.
Juliet,
This
you
is
saw her on a
not-
stretcher.
Oh, that's true. The thing
Flynn, you
is,
saw
I would
with
also
bars.
not have seen. I wouldn't have seen the bars now. 'Cause I don't know.
You did not.
I've.
You did not go underground.
Yeah.
Flynn,
But
the
Flynn is
underground
here.
complex was not that robust. You didn't miss a bunch of rooms. It was a place to lock up the prisoners and a place to brainwash, and you were in both, and there was no prince.
I'll relay this to Joanne.
You didn't get a huge look at this building, but basically, yeah, the only place Juliet could be would probably, like, I don't know if she's buried in another bedroom somewhere, but it seems unlikely, and it definitely did not. Your vision does not support that she would be in this mansion-y place.
No.
And it is burning. Celia has stopped trying to get you to leave and has walked out. Flanagan has also walked out because there is fire. Agatha is waiting on Flynn.
I'll go with Agatha.
Okay. Joanne, you could look around in
I
there.
will leave reluctantly.
Okay. There is an unconscious doctor in the doorway.
Can I step on his face, please?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, you can step on the back of his head. His face is slumped. But,
Can we do like the whole like sort of march as each of us goes out? One of us just like steps on him as we go fast, just like stomp, 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 stomp. That would be great.
Mulai and Katia sort of come to your senses in the fountain, look up to see Celia. She's not saying anything, she's just sort of looking at the two wet vampires.
Tell me someone staked him.
He is lying down in the doorway, potentially in torpor, potentially not. He will burn to death if nobody does anything.
Then we'll sigh and go back and drag him out by his hair.
Okay.
Do we need him alive?
Do we know where else to look right now? Without whatever he knows?
He might have information on Juliet.
At this point, y'all haven't been outside in a bit.
Oh no.
You hear some stomping sounds as you look towards the entranceway, and you see what amounts to be generous, maybe 15 soldier-looking guys with rifles speeding in as they take position, shouting for you to stop, to freeze.
Do they look like the ones that had the guns inside the building?
They look very similar except for the fact that they look more put together. They look better.
Right.
Wits and awareness again. All of you.
Everybody?
Any bonuses?
No.
Oh man.
Joanne 2, Nulai 2, Katia 3. Give it a go. Flynn, you were gonna grab him, but then this happened. Yeah, not you. Katia, you are the only person who picks up that there is another black car here. You do not know when it arrived.
Now, when you say another black car, is this like the one that we came in? Or like another full of
Very
these guys?
similar. It is parked away into the side of the courtyard area on the grass as though it did not want to be really seen. And as these dudes are shouting at you and you all are frozen, you hear a jovial voice from that direction. Excuse me, men with guns. Yes, hello. I would love it if all of you would Take your rifles, place them under your chins, and fire. You know that scene in Kingsman when all the heads explode?
Yep.
This isn't like that. It is quite horrifying. Both from what occurs and from the fact that he was able to do it, to those of you that know how Dominate works. The eye contact requirement. Yes, he did get their attention, but they were trained. They didn't all turn to look at him. The fact that you can generally only use this on one person at once. And the fact that you are not supposed to be able to tell people to do anything that will kill them. You can tell them to kill other people, but you can't tell someone to jump off a bridge. You can't tell someone to walk into fire. You can't tell someone to take a knife and seppuku. At least, that's what Juliet told you. But he quite effortlessly asks them all to place guns under their chins and fire, and every single bloody one does it, and 15 bodies drop like they're nothing. I couldn't resist keeping watch. How'd it go?
It's been a day.
I'll just gesture to the prone doctor.
Ah, spoils of war. Well,
I could use a bite. Can I just... There seem to be bodies around. It's not fair everybody else gets a bite.
if that does not conflict with your morals, the bleeding out mortals would technically be viable for the very, very, very immediate future.
Now, that is a pretty good question of morals. Because New Light does require consent
Yes.
for it.
Uli and Flynn have a very similar mindset on that.
However, they are already dying. Some of them might be dead.
Very few of them have not died from that.
Yeah, I would argue here that like if we take a utilitarian approach, drinking a dead body harms nobody.
Nulai is the master of his own morals. I would say that you have the right to make that judgment, just as Raptor as Flynn, with the same consensualist, would be able to make her own approximation of whether that would bother her or not. So, yeah. Can't do it to someone who's alive. You could walk up to a corpse and drink.
Yep, that's what I would like to do.
Nulai does that.
Looks on in disgust.
You would be able to lower your hunger to 1. Because it is the feeling of death that destroys that last piece of hunger. There is nothing to be gained of that kind. Just raw blood that you can tell is losing its potence, but because of how quick you were, it has not yet done so.
While I'm at the corpse, can I loot it?
There is no reason not to.
I would like to loot the corpse.
There's a man.
We don't have to spend time doing 15 corpses, but
The main thing that you would get out of this person is weaponry and body armor. The body armor
the
is
body armor
untouched.
is what I was after.
The body armor is untouched, on account of the fact that he shot himself in the head, though his helmet, which did not protect his chin, nonetheless would not be very good anymore, because the bullet got it from the inside. But yes,
Body armor is what I'm looking for mainly.
you would be able to strip him of chest body armor and probably pants body armor if you wanted to go that far, that was going to look some bloody interesting. I'm not a body armor.
That's fine.
expert as to the effect that would have on a player character, since mooks tend to have more simplified pools, so we would have to think about that before next session, but you could start walking around. It is, however, not the type of, it's not like a mithril shirt under Frodo's outfit. It is the bulkier soldier kind, and people would know that you were walking around armored.
Pretty much riot gear.
Yeah. It'd be great for keeping yourself safe in a violent situation, which, the violent situation, this is the most violent situation your group has had. You had quite a lot of talky sessions, and the last violent situation you had was a dream, so... The Elysium, in and of itself, as violent as that was, you all stayed out of it quite well. Perhaps not intentionally.
Yeah, sadly, none of the earlier mooks were in a. Sadly, none of the earlier mooks died in a safe position, I guess.
Yes.
Because the mansion is still in place.
The building is burning. The doctor is unconscious. We should wrap up at this point.
Yeah.
Crimson is very interested in what the doctor has to say, but he does not insist upon taking custody. He says, well, he's your prize, fairly taken. Did you have a good time, Celia? Celia just sort of shrugs that off. She doesn't seem to play the games. She merely says, things went well. The doctor has been apprehended.
I'm gonna just mutter under the sound of under my breath. Still no Juliet.
Flynn will also quietly ask Joanne, since when do you work with him?
I fucking don't, but you were gone, didn't have much option.
So when that burns down, does everything that could be searched die with it? The existence of an underground layer would prove otherwise, but Flynn is technically the only person who knows all about that.
Flynn will relate that.
Ah, well, in that case, I think Celia and I shall be staying here for a while.
Do you mind if we take the car?
He glances at the other one. Was that you, or was that them? Celia. It was the tactically appropriate move, I believe. Well, who am I to argue? Fine, I have more. I think we will wrap things up here. The night doesn't have a lot of hours left. Crimson could potentially... I mean, he basically says his intention is to get his people here to extinguish the fire, and then he's going to search the building. And y'all are really injured, so you could stay, but in terms of the session, we would do that next time. I think it makes more sense for y'all to return home to lick your wounds. Flynn and
On the
Agatha.
floor in Nilai's.
Yeah.
And I would like to emphasize, we're staking this doctor. He is not waking up.
Can we put
Intel.
2 sticks in?
Be my guest. Stick whatever you want in him.
Crimson is very interested in what the doctor has to say. And so he says to you, I would be very grateful if we could arrange a situation in which myself or Celia could be present, or at the very least filled in on what interrogations may occur, considering we supported you here.
And here's the catch.
I threw nothing at you, Nula.
Understood.
Let me anything that I am not considering? I don't believe so. Ah. Will you be attending? Fucking hell. Will you be attending Gwendolyn's meeting tomorrow night? I don't believe she would have invited you, but I really think you should be there to represent the sheriff. She's making quite a play for power. I don't know about you. I don't think she'd make a good prince.
We are the law.
Flynn gives him a hard look, because Flynn was sort of under the impression that maybe he liked her, like he was working with her.
Flynn is absolutely under the impression that those two are working together quite openly. Flynn has every reason to believe that.
Shouldn't say anything though.
He smiles. Well, I look forward to seeing you there. That's about all. Yeah, so Flynn, I would assume, is going to take Agatha home, and we can do sort of debriefy scenes on that next time because we're over time.
Yeah.
And then we would move on until the next evening. Y'all are injured, I think everyone except Nulai, who managed to completely avoid getting into a scrap. Flynn's very sore. Those things can be healed. Flanagan is grateful and is going to go home and just rejoice in freedom. And I think that's about it. The doctor can be brought back to your HQ, staked. Y'all can take care of that.
And
think we have a
hopefully
box
Jacob will
for
still
that.
be there.
That's a good point. Yes.
I think he gets to share a room.
No, I don't trust Jacob not to unstake him.
Okay.
That's a good
We can
point.
do like a end of that night prologue for Flynn and Agatha's stuff, as well as you guys fully deciding where to put the doctor and what to do with Jacob. Should he still be there when you get there? I see no reason to say whether he is or he isn't until the start of next session, just because we're over time and the big action has ended. But Flynn has been rescued. A very, very important enemy figure has been taken. There is no sign of Juliet, and indeed, should Joanne attempt to use the sketching pen to find her again, you get a similar image than before, but she was not in that building.
No sudden flames surrounding that image.
You get an image of Juliet on fire. No, that would be an what an anticlimactic way to delete the prints. Oh yeah, you should check the burning building. Whoops.
Good job breaking it, heroes.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, everybody, and thank you to my 4 players. We will be back in 2 or 3 Sundays for the aftermath of this, and perhaps Camarilla politics. I'm really glad that we had a real violent session there. I've been wanting to have a real violent session for a while. I'm proud of you for taking all of the damage that you did while still coming out on top. And fire is scary. Fare thee well.